Chapter 25-34. A moment later, many cultivators slowly retreated, and there were fewer enemies in front of them. The sword cultivators clamored again. Seeing this, Xiao Hua slowly flew to the front of the cultivators. "Junior brother Xiao." Li Zongbao called out worriedly. "Senior brother Li, tell junior brother Jian and junior brother Yi to prepare to retreat. I'll be here to block them." Xiao Hua said confidently. "However, quickly send a message to them. When I count to 5, immediately close your eyes and use your divine sense to retreat to the cave. Don't open your eyes and don't use your divine sense to look at me. Whoever dares to, don't kill them." "Yes, I know." Li Zongbao was overjoyed. Knowing that Xiao Hua had another method, he hurriedly sent a message to Jian Boming and Yi Bei. Xiao Hua waved his hand, holding the wishful steel staff in his hand. He actually stood there and began to count. The sword cultivators were all stunned. They didn't know what Xiao Hua was doing. Several sword lights attacked Xiao Hua, but they were all easily defeated by Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. When Xiao Hua counted to 5, all the Dao sect cultivators closed their eyes together and released their divine sense with great ease, retreating towards the cave. Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and a wave of Xiantian true water surged out like a blue wave, engulfing many of the sword cultivators closest to the cultivators. Moreover, the Xiantian true water separated the sword cultivators from the cultivators. I forgot." Xiao Hua suddenly realized. "If I use this Xiantian true water, I'm afraid I can directly kill these sword cultivators. Why do I have to use so much strength to open the passage? Moreover, this Xiantian true water may also be able to eliminate the spirit binding juice?" But then, the screams of the swordsmen could be heard. Hundreds of swordsmen lost their primordial spirits and fell from the sky like puppets. However, many of the other swordsmen had strong primordial spirits. They struggled to break free from the illusion and screamed in fear as they flew into the distance. "Hee, the sword cultivators are all flying away. Who will I kill?" Xiao Hua laughed. "Moreover, I don't dare to use this true water casually. Who knows how to eliminate the spirit-binding juice?" Of course, among the thousands of sword cultivators, there were still many sword cultivators with brilliant methods. They each used their secret techniques to resist the true water. At the same time, they used their flying swords to attack the true water, wanting to kill Xiao Hua after he exhausted his magic power. Unfortunately, they were wrong again. Xiao Hua's true water. "Junior brother Xiao, how is it?" Li Zongbao naturally did not dare to open his eyes, nor did he dare to use his divine sense to scan the area. When he saw that most of the cultivators in the karst cave were gone, he sent a voice transmission. "Senior brother Li, if you want to wait you can stay. Let's go out together." Xiao Hua indifferently replied. "Good." Li Zongbao was very happy. He knew that he was right to call Xiao Hua over on a whim. After Li Zongbao urged Jian Boming, Yi Bei, and the others to leave, he called for Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua slowly withdrew the innate primordial water and looked at the dozen or so disciples of the 3 sects who stood there like puppets not far from him. He coldly smiled and said, "In this world, there are always some people who think that other people's words are all lies." Then he ignored them and flew to the tunnel. "Let's go. You and I are the last 3. Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Okay, Xiao Mao will go first. Xiao Hua will bring up the rear," Li Zongbao instructed. Xiao Mao didn't refuse. He flew into the tunnel and used his last bit of magic power to rush to the cave entrance. Xiao Hua waited for Li Zongbao to fly into the tunnel. He turned around and looked at the sword cultivators who also rushed into the cave. He stretched out his hand and curled his fingers, as if he was calling them over. Xiao Hua's action scared the sword cultivators into retreating a few steps. They waited until Xiao Hua's figure disappeared. Then, they gathered their courage and flew in. Everyone looked and discussed for a moment. Like the cultivators of the Dao sect, a portion of the disciples flew into the tunnel on their flying swords. The other disciples flew out of the cave. However, in just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, within this passageway, there was a continuous rumbling sound of explosions. The fire talismans that Xiao Hua left in the passageway exploded one after another, killing all the swordsmen that were blocked by the restriction of the flowing ice valley within the passageway. Even the restriction of flowing ice valley and all the passageways above it were destroyed without a trace by the fire talisman. Above flowing ice valley, the thin crescent moon was like a willow eyebrow on a branch. It was indiscernible and boundless. It couldn't compare to the stars in the night sky. The rushing river water created waves. The sound of waves drifted endlessly in the valley. However, the noise of the night sky couldn't hide the slaughter in the mortal world. Countless screams, sounds of collisions, and the sound of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth exploding could be heard without end. At a mountain stream not far away from this massacre, under a protruding eagle-like beak, a series of black shadows suddenly rushed out. These black shadows seemed to be really intertwined with each other, but when these black shadows rushed into the air, they immediately fell on the protruding walls between the cliffs with a plop-plop sound. These black shadows appeared in a flash. However, the falling black shadows were continuous. When the last thin and tall black shadow appeared in the air with 2 black shadows in his hands, there were actually over 100 black shadows that fell onto the cliffs. Haha. That thin and tall black shadow was Xiao Hua. He looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao on his left and right and laughed. If it wasn't for this little brother having some strength, I'm afraid that senior brother Li would be the first cultivator to fall to his death. I'm afraid I won't fall to my death. I'll be crushed to death. It was rare for Li Zongbao to joke. It was actually quite amusing. That's right. Xiao Hua flew out from the passage. How could he have known that many cultivators who flew out from the passage already had no magic power left in their bodies? Even if they used flying techniques, they couldn't. Fortunately, Xiao Hua flew at the end and had enough strength. Only then was he able to push over 100 cultivators out. At this moment, behind Xiao Hua, there was a series of rumbling explosions. The entire mountain rock was shaking. Senior brother Li, fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept out. He already knew that the cultivators who flew out earlier were either hiding nearby or flying out to meet the enemy. He immediately shouted, "This place was originally hidden. However, with so many disciples flying out earlier, I'm afraid it has already attracted the attention of sword cultivators. Moreover, I destroyed the passage and attracted the swordsmen. You all have already taken medicinal pills and your true essence has been regenerated. Don't wait any longer. Quickly leave Flowing Ice Valley. As for the next step, it won't be too late for us to discuss it later." Alright. After flying out of the restriction, Li Zongbao also took medicinal pills in succession. Currently, true essence was slowly being regenerated in his meridians. It was naturally impossible for him to fight, but it was enough for him to fly. "Quick, there are fleeing Dao sect cultivators here." Several hundred feet away, there was an extremely ear-piercing sword cry. Dozens of divine senses quickly swept over. "Let's go!" Li Zongbao struggled to fly into the air. With a wave of his hand, he determined the direction and flew in a certain direction. Jian Boming and Yi Bei also flew up. They each organized the disciples of their respective sects and flew behind Li Zongbao and the other 2. Looking at the pitch-black night sky and sweeping it with his divine sense, Xiao Hua didn't feel that there was anything special about the place Li Zongbao was heading to. However, when he thought about the strangeness of not meeting a second Dao sect disciple in the underground cave, Xiao Hua didn't have any other thoughts. He would just follow Li Zongbao. "Where do you think you're going?" After flying for less than half an incense stick's worth of time, a sword cry soared into the sky from Xiao Hua's right hand, followed by an angry roar that reverberated in the night sky. A beautiful sword light flickered, letting out a roar like a wild beast, the night wind, the sword cry, and soon after, a rumbling sound of thunder could be heard. "Quick!" Amidst the thunderous roar, there was a light shout. A rainbow was born from the opposite side of the sword light. In an instant, it seemed to have traversed hundreds of feet and rushed into the sword light. Crackle, crackle. It sounded like beans being fried in a hot pan. At the same time, there was another deep voice. Beside the rainbow, thousands of golden threads streaked across the sky and rushed into the sword light. They let out an extremely sharp "siu" sound. The sword light let out a strange sword cry. It was like the cries of thousands of birds and the roars of hundreds of beasts. It covered the sound of the rainbow and the golden threads. Even the sword light, which was several hundred feet in size, suppressed the rainbow and the golden threads. Rumble! After the sword cry, there was the sound of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth exploding and colliding. The sound waves and air waves washed away the mountain rocks and the river water. Countless lights and shadows swayed and illuminated several hundred feet in the sky. After seeing the sword light, a tall swordsman wearing a red sword suit appeared. Who else could it be but Qin Jian, whose portrait was hung all over the Sky Patrol City? The figure behind the rainbow was a white-haired female cultivator wearing a Taoist robe from the Cool Breeze Valley. As for behind the golden threads, it was the cultivator from the Utopia faction, Chu Hui, whom Xiao Hua and the others were familiar with. However, when Xiao Hua and the others saw it, it was after the brilliance flashed. Two blood-curdling screams rang out at almost the same time. Hundreds of sword lights broke through the rainbow and golden threads, rapidly piercing through the bodies of the two people. The almost invisible protective golden light flickered, unable to block the sharp sword lights. After the sword lights pierced through their bodies, the two cultivators' corpses fell into the river water. Uncle Chu Hui. Li Zongbao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Uncle Su Bo. Jian Boming also sighed. Let's go. Xiao Hua saw Qin Jian's divine thought sweep over here and was very anxious. He had already seen clearly that when the flying swords entered Su Bo and Chu Hui's bodies, the protective golden light didn't have much effect. He knew that their magic power hadn't recovered. They must have rushed out from the exit of the flowing ice valley. Their cultivation levels were not as high as Qin Jian's, so it wasn't strange that they both died. Qin Jian. Li Zongbao's eyes were red and his magic power was surging. He wanted to rush over. What's wrong with you? Xiao Hua saw this and pulled Li Zongbao back. He poured magic power into Li Zongbao's meridians and sealed Li Zongbao's true core strength. How can you be his opponent? Xiao Hua grabbed Li Zongbao and flew up. Chapter 25:35. Li Zongbao regained his composure. An indescribable expression flashed across his eyes. I know. I am not his opponent, but Li Zongbao wanted to say that he had an uncontrollable urge to kill Qin Jian with his immortal piercing whip, but Xiao Hua said anxiously, but if you want to take revenge, you have to wait until the next opportunity. Although Xiao Mao also wanted to kill Qin Jian, he knew that he was not Qin Jian's opponent. Perhaps Qin Jian would not personally make a move, but they were not the opponents of the other swordsmen. Thus, he hurriedly activated his magic power and flew away with Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao, who knew that Qin Jian's spiritual sense would detect the movements of Xiao Hua and the others. While the swordsmen were chasing after them, he also stepped on his flying sword and easily chased after them. This is bad. Xiao Hua frowned. If it was a normal day, he might not be afraid of Qin Jian. However, he only had less than 50% of his magic power left. How could he fight with Qin Jian? But looking at the thousands of cultivators, they were really like monkeys fleeing from a tree. They were all panicking, and their faces were filled with extreme fear. Qin Jian's reputation was really like the sun in the sky. After today, it would be even more resounding. At this time, perhaps only I can fight. Xiao Hua slowly stopped and coldly turned around. He did not even take out his magic treasures like the wishful staff. He just stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Big brother, Xiao Mao was shocked and was about to shout. Li Zongbao also stopped. You all quickly leave. Xiao Hua said coldly, don't turn back. If possible, don't let these cultivators talk. Are you confident? Li Zongbao's eyes narrowed as he only asked one question. Xiao Hua replied, you all settle these cultivators down and quickly return. Okay, don't worry big brother. Xiao Mao said anxiously, as long as we settle them down immediately, they naturally have their own places to go. Why do they need me to settle them down? Li Zongbao laughed and took out his immortal piercing whip. Xiao Mao came to his senses and smiled. That's right, big brother. This time, you can't get rid of us. And that's good too. Xiao Hua looked at Qin Jian and the swordsman chasing after Qin Jian. He waved his hand and said, "Come with me." After saying that, Xiao Hua brought Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao and flew in another direction. The disciples of the Utopia faction, the Changbai sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley were led by Jian Boming Yi Bei, and the others to fly away under Li Zongbao's orders. Qin Jian was not an idiot. When he saw that the three of them had separated, he knew that it was a trap. He waved his hand and ordered the swordsman to chase after them while he continued to chase after the disciples of the three sects. "Qin Jian, do you want to know where Ling Yongwu is?" Seeing this, Xiao Hua waved his hand to signal Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao to leave first, while he himself stopped and stood quietly in midair as he spoke indifferently via voice transmission. "Ling Yongwu?" Qin Jian frowned slightly. When he saw Xiao Hua's Imperial Thunder Sect's Taoist robe, he suddenly realized something and said in shock, You're the horrifying phoenix?" "That's right, Qin Jian. You actually know me. I've been chasing after you for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here." Xiao Hua's body was surrounded by a hurricane, and countless spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered around him. He looked extremely arrogant. "Haha. You're actually the horrifying phoenix." Qin Jian saw that Xiao Hua's appearance was similar to the one in the voice transmission and that he was in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. He had already thrown the thousands of disciples of the three sects aside and waved his hand to signal his disciples to chase after Xiao Hua. At the same time, he stopped and flew toward Xiao Hua. "I really didn't expect this. I just casually tampered with the flowing ice valley and wanted to kill a few cultivators in the early stage of the golden core stage to satisfy my craving. I didn't expect that the famous horrifying phoenix would be attracted here." Qin Jian was really happy. He knew that killing Xiao Hua was much better than killing thousands of cultivators. These thousands of cultivators were saved by you alone, right? Qin Jian looked at Xiao Hua, who was standing quietly, and then looked at the foundation establishment stage cultivators who were fleeing in the distance. He asked with interest, "I didn't expect that you, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, could actually do something that even golden core stage cultivators couldn't do." Just now, the two golden core stage cultivators from the Utmost Happiness faction and Cool Breeze Valley rushed out of the Spirit Stone mine with their lives on the line. They only had 1,000 people with them. You saved more than 6,000 people in one go. You really live up to your reputation. "You flatter me." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and smiled. "This little one's reputation is really nothing. Compared to Brother Qin, I'm still far behind. Brother Qin must have been in charge of this flowing ice valley for many years, right?" This scheme really opened the eyes of this Xiao. It scared this Xiao so much that this Xiao's heart is beating wildly. This is nothing." Qin Jian laughed when he heard this. He carefully flew closer to Xiao Hua and said, "However, to be praised by the terrifying phoenix, this old man is also very happy. Of course, today can't be considered perfect. I only killed 3 golden core stage cultivators and more than 10,000 foundation establishment stage cultivators. If I can take the terrifying phoenix's head and kill the 6,000 cultivators, then it can be considered perfect." That's right. Xiao Hua also clapped his hands and said, "This little one only saved 6,000 cultivators and killed Qin Mu Ming and Liang Qi. If I can kill Brother Qin, then today can be considered perfect." Great minds think alike. Qin Jian also clapped his hands and said, "I didn't expect the terrifying phoenix to have such lofty ambitions at such a young age. She's only in the foundation establishment stage. This old man really admires the new generation. I wouldn't dare. The new generation in flowing ice valley pushes the old one, and the old one dies on the beach. Brother Qin, why don't you be the old one?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "What?" Qin Jian's words were also followed by Xiao Hua's sarcastic retort, which was out of his expectations. When he understood, he almost held his stomach and laughed. Terrifying phoenix? Terrifying phoenix. You're really terrifying, extremely terrifying." Qin Jian laughed until he was rocking back and forth. Seeing Xiaohua rubbing his nose and enjoying himself, he sneered and said, "Xiaohua, you've been talking for so long. Has the spirit-binding juice in your body been removed? Has your true essence recovered?" "So Brother Qin saw through it long ago?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The heaven and earth spirit qi around him swarmed into his body. How could others not see through it? You just came out from the array I set up. How could I not know? But you're different from those two bullshit golden core stage cultivators. Qin Jian straightened his back in an instant. You're the opponent I've admired for a long time. Ling Yunwu died in your hands, Yu Ming went crazy because of you, and Zhong Haoshuan also died in your hands. If I can't have a fair fight with you, how can I be at ease? Damn it, you should have said so earlier. Hearing this, Xiaohua sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, several pills entered his mouth. He actually closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Qin Jian was stunned again. Which cultivator dared to do this when fighting with him? However, his eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He actually didn't make a sound and really waited in the air. Wrong, definitely wrong. Although Xiaohua sat down cross-legged casually, how could he peacefully cultivate in front of the infamous Qin Jian? How could he treat his words as true? This doesn't make sense. Qin Jian was able to kill thousands of Foundation establishment stage cultivators and even boasted that he was stronger than Tu Hong. How could he be so righteous? However, no matter if it was a Dao sect cultivator or a sword cultivator swordsman, there were both wretched and righteous people. Not to mention Immortal Bright Sword and Li Xiubai, the closest ones were Ji Yi and Li Zongbao. They were both upright people. However, even if Qin Jian wasn't as vicious and merciless as Tu Hong, he definitely wasn't a kind person. Based on how Qin Jian cleanly killed Xie Hui and Su Bo, Xiaohua knew that dealing with Qin Jian was different from dealing with Ji Yi. But, what plans does Qin Jian have? Xiaohua was bewildered. While exercising the heaven-human body bestowment technique and the cultivation technique he was practicing, he tried his best to refine the pills and absorb the natural energies to restore his magic power. At the same time, he unleashed his Buddhist consciousness and scanned the area several hundred feet around him. It is impossible for Qin Jian to give me the time to recover. So, why did he tell me so much? I want to recover my vital energy. What does he want to recover? Could it be that he used up a huge amount of vital energy to kill those two golden core stage cultivators? After another half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua's heart was even more shocked. It was indescribably strange. What was even stranger was that Qin Jian really stood with his hands behind his back and looked at him with a smile. Suddenly, a face flashed in Xiaohua's heart. A pretty face. It was that female sword cultivator called Gu Yu. Formless sword. Xiaohua's heart jumped and he almost shouted out, "I'm afraid she's Qin Jian's nephew." Thinking of this, Xiaohua slightly opened his hand and opened his delirium breaker Dharma eye. He carefully examined his surroundings. However, within several feet of him, there was only the usual brilliance of heaven and earth spiritual qi. There was only a slightly rich blue brilliance. Strange. Could it be that I'm judging a gentleman with my own mean heart? Xiaohua secretly muttered. Just as he was about to close his Dharma eye, an indescribable sharpness came from his body. Instantly, goosebumps appeared all over his body. Xiaohua's eyes turned. His delusion breaker Dharma eye was still open. He looked around, but his body moved a little. He smiled and said, "Brother Qin is indeed benevolent. This is far from the heartless and unscrupulous people in the rumors." As he said that, his other hand took out a few more pills and put them into his mouth. Hee, can rumors be trusted? Qin Jian's smile did not change. He said, "The rumors say that the terrifying phoenix is a person with a phoenix dharma body. He's several feet tall and has a bloody mouth. He's also good at lightning escape and controlling lightning. But little friend? He seems to be too weak to even stand a gust of wind?" Oh, that's right. Little friend is in the late stage of Foundation establishment. This build is too fierce. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. This old man has plenty of time to wait for you. Cough cough, Xiaohua seemed to be choked by the cold wind. His body trembled rapidly. After a moment, he sighed and said, "This little one is so handsome. To think that the rumors say that I'm like that. This little one is really disappointed." Chapter 25:36. As he spoke, a hint of coldness flashed through Xiaohua's eyes. Just now, he clearly saw that in the instant his body moved, all the lights within 100 feet to the left were the same as before. Then, a few feet above his head, a faintly discernible golden thread suddenly stopped. It really is the invisible sword. And it's actually moving so slowly from 100 feet away. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Qin Jian is an illusory swordsman, but he's actually so guarded against me. I can only say that he's a scheming person. He, of course, if not for my reputation, he wouldn't be so cautious. However, it's also strange. I've clearly been hit by the spirit-binding juice and my magic power is greatly depleted. Why didn't he directly attack? Why did he use such a sinister method to act in secret? Isn't this giving me a chance to catch my breath? Xiaohua really didn't understand. Unfortunately, he didn't know that those who were used to scheming would treat scheming as their everything. Qin Jian was famous for his ambushes during the Sword Dao War and was proud of it. He didn't dare to say that this was his only method, but once he made a move, the first thing he would think of was how to set up an ambush. This was already a habit. Moreover, Xiaohua's reputation was really resounding among sword cultivators. Ling Yunwu, Yu Ming, Zhong Haoshuan and the others might not be comparable to Qin Jian, but they were also illusory swordsmen. Qin Jian was still quite afraid of Xiaohua. Besides, Xiaohua actually saved nearly 7,000 cultivators and opened up the spirit stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley. How could the spirit-binding juice be effective? Qin Jian was almost certain that Xiaohua's weak appearance was for him to see. It was a trap set up for him, waiting for him to fall for it. Since that was the case, Qin Jian naturally had to use his most proficient invisible golden thread sword as a method to kill Xiaohua. According to Qin Jian's thoughts, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to easily detect this invisible sword. Unfortunately, not only did Xiaohua encounter Guyu before, he also had the Delusion Breaker Dharma Eye and the Hand of Karma. Qin Jian's most prideful technique was extremely clumsy in the eyes of Xiaohua. Furthermore, Xiaohua even took the opportunity to consume a pill to recover his mana. After a short moment, Xiaohua moved again. Sure enough, that strand of golden thread stopped again. Xiaohua used his hand to cover his mouth and laughed bitterly. Brother Qin's spirit-binding juice is truly formidable. I've rested for so long, yet I still haven't completely recovered. Thank you for your righteousness, Brother Qin, for allowing me to have time to consume medicinal pills. If that's the case, please don't show any mercy when you attack later. This is a fair fight between us. Even if I die, I will die honorably. Qin Jian said righteously. Cough cough, since Brother Qin has said so, this little one really can't bear to do it. Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed, and as the two of them were talking, the golden thread slowly approached again. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, the golden thread stopped again, as if it was trying to guess whether Xiaohua was paying attention. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't pay attention, it slowly moved again. However, Xiaohua's casual movement, even if it was a tremble of his shoulder or a twitch of his finger, that golden thread would stop. Only when Xiaohua didn't make any further movements would it slowly descend. Therefore, after the time it took to eat a meal, that invisible sword of golden thread was only a few feet away from Xiaohua's head. Seeing that Qin Jian was so cautious, Xiaohua almost laughed involuntarily. Suddenly he thought of fishing. It was as if the golden thread above his head was the hook, and he was the big fish. The hook was trying to approach him, afraid that it would disturb him, and as the fisherman, Qin Jian, had an expression as if a mountain was pressing down on him. However, from Xiaohua's point of view, it was as if he was the fisherman, and Qin Jian had become the big fish. Yes, fish or human or butterfly, who could say for sure? Seeing that the golden thread was already 2 feet away, the golden thread suddenly accelerated, preparing to pierce Xiaohua's head with lightning speed. At this time, Xiaohua suddenly moved again, and said with a smile, "This little one forgot to say something." When Xiaohua moved, Qin Jian habitually paused, and the golden thread stopped in midair. Qin Jian asked, "Little friend, what do you want to say?" Xiaohua laughed heartily, and his left hand covered his head with his robe. He suddenly used the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique and said, "Haha, this little one forgot to say thank you." When Qin Jian saw that Xiaohua actually covered his head with his robe, he knew that the situation was not good. However, his sword technique had just been used, and the invisible golden thread sword was in a state where it could not be released, so it was impossible for him to control the flying sword as he wished. Moreover, Xiaohua wanted him to be in this critical state. The transcendence energy in his body was suddenly sent out, and in an instant, the invisible golden thread sword was covered in his robe, cutting off the connection between Qin Jian and the invisible sword. Without waiting for Qin Jian to activate his sword origin, the invisible sword was sent into Xiaohua's space. After all, the invisible sword was only invisible on the surface, and Qin Jian had not cultivated it to the level of drawing it into the void. Xiaohua's heaven and earth in the sleeve technique caught him off guard. Even Taoist Jing Si's natal magic weapon was taken away by Xiaohua, so how could Qin Jian's invisible sword escape from Xiaohua's evil clutches? Qin Jian was so angry that his arms were trembling. "You're going too far." He was truly speechless. He was truly infuriated. He had schemed for so long and wasted so much time and effort, but in the end, it was all for Xiaohua. Although he didn't know how Xiaohua discovered his invisible sword, and how he could accurately take it away, did he even need to ask? Qin Jian waved his hand without saying anything, and a ray of sword light shot out from his hand. A sharp wolf's howl shook the surroundings, like a hungry wolf howling at the bright moon on a full moon night. Qin Jian's sword intent is actually seeing an extremely ferocious wolf's head gradually appear in the sword light, and that bloody and murderous intent passed through the wolf's head and covered the area around Xiaohua. Xiaohua was stunned. He had participated in the battle of Dao cultivators for a long time, and had seen many sword cultivators' sword intent, such as plum blossoms, flowing water, tall mountains, and so on. However, this was the first time he saw a wolf's head. Seeing the wolf's head, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Taoist Bright Sword's little deer. Damn it, Qin Jian's sword intent is so ferocious, it can't be stronger than Taoist Bright Sword, right? The wolf's head flashed, and the ferocious sword intent passed through space and firmly enveloped Xiaohua. That sword intent stirred up the ferocity in Xiaohua's heart, and waves of murderous intent repeatedly attacked Xiaohua's mind. Moreover, Xiaohua's blood vessels expanded, and the blood essence in his entire body surged, as if it was about to burst out of his body. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Jian's sword intent is murderous, ferocious, and the wolf's head directly targets one's heart. This murderous intent is only an external cause, but it can actually lure out the murderous intent in this young master's heart. Qin Jian's ability is indeed superhuman. Murderous intent is human nature. Although Xiaohua could silently guard his heart and act according to the Tao of Heaven, it did not mean that there was no murderous intent in his heart. The Tao cultivator battle had been going on for close to 10 years, and the number of swordsmen and cultivators who coveted Xiaohua was truly innumerable. The murderous intent in his heart had long reached the heavens. Now, Qin Jian's ferocious wolf sword intent had instantly ignited the desire in his heart. Although he knew that it was inappropriate, and already knew the intention of Qin Jian's wolf's head sword intent, it was still hard to suppress the impulse, and immediately ignited his ambition or murderous intent. Come, it's just a wolf's head sword intent. Do you think this young master is afraid of you? Xiaohua laughed wildly, and with a wave of his hand, the seal of the overturning sea appeared in midair. The magic power in his body surged, and a dragon's roar resounded, even more ferocious than the wolf's head. Roar! With a roar, an earthen yellow dragon shape rapidly swam in midair. With the seal in its mouth, it pounced towards the enormous sword light of the wolf's head. The seal of the overturning sea was so huge. Although the wolf's head had already expanded to several dozen zhang, It was still suppressed by the seal into a kind of flat sword light. There was even a large depression in front of the wolf's head, and the sword light inside was faintly flickering, as if it was about to be extinguished. Seal of the Overturning Sea? Although Qin Jian already had a high opinion of Xiao Hua, when he saw the seal of the Overturning Sea, his expression still changed. Ji also died in your hands? Ha, Ji is not the first, and you will not be the last. Xiao Hua's voice was filled with wildness. The magic power in his body surged out, and the yellow dragon rushed to the front of the wolf's head and spat out the seal like a pearl. Wang, with a sharp sound, the seal of the Overturning Sea once again expanded. The light around it suddenly retracted, forming a black hole. The space around the black hole was slightly distorted, and the entire black hole was pressing down on the enormous wolf's head. Roar! The wolf's head that was formed by thousands of sword lights let out a sorrowful cry. All of the sword lights were like fireflies at the end of autumn, and were instantly extinguished. Nascent soul. His strength is actually close to that of a nascent soul. Qin Jian couldn't help but groan when he saw that the seal of Overturning the Sea had released such a powerful aura even before it collided with the sword light. He was secretly astonished. However, this situation was also extremely normal. If Xiao Hua didn't have such strength, how could he have killed so many illusory swordsmen? However, Qin Jian's eyes were also very bright. The sword energy in his body surged, and he waved his hands, open. Rumble, with a loud sound that shook the earth, the seal of the Overturning Sea collided with the thousands of sword lights, and directly scattered the wolf's head. Moreover, the wolf's head was pushed back dozens of feet before it finally stopped. This collision created a hurricane that not only completely disrupted the spiritual energy in the air, but also lifted the water in the flowing ice valley into the air. Satisfying, satisfying. Xiao Hua's eyes were slightly red. He was extremely satisfied with the effects of the seal of the Overturning Sea. Similarly, he waved his hands and shouted. The yellow dragon once again swam in the air, and the seal of the Overturning Sea also emitted an intense yellow light and fell into the yellow dragon's mouth. Wung wung wung. Just as the seal of the Overturning Sea was crazily absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, a ray of sword light suddenly appeared in the void where the light was extinguished. That sword light was like breathing, and it gradually grew stronger as Qin Jian activated the sword technique in his hand. After a while, that sword light was like a candle that lit up the space. The sword lights that were extinguished just now lit up one by one, and the light even spread, gradually forming a fierce wolf that was comparable to the yellow dragon. Chapter 25:37. Attack! Xiao Hua waved his hand. Without waiting for Qin Jian's sword intent to form, the yellow dragon on the seal of the ocean pushed the seal towards the wolf's sword intent, just like how it opened up the passage before. Roar! Qin Jian's face became serious. He hurriedly urged his sword technique. The wolf roared and actually opened its mouth, swallowing the seal of the ocean into its stomach. Seeing the seal of the ocean and the yellow dragon disappear, a powerful sealing power came from the wolf's sword light, as if it wanted to cut off its connection with the seal of the ocean. Xiao Hua smiled coldly. The spell in his hand changed again. A strong ray of light came out from the wolf's stomach like a needle. Then, thousands of rays of light shot out from different parts of the wolf's sword light. With a loud boom, the sword light that transformed into a huge wolf was completely suppressed by the light of the seal of the ocean. It was torn into pieces by the light of the seal of the ocean. Ha! Xiao Hua laughed proudly. Qin Jian, you're only SSS. Even if you have such a fierce sword intent, what's the use of it against me? Looking at Xiao Hua's appearance, he seemed to have forgotten about his lack of true essence earlier. He didn't even care about the magic power he was using to urge the seal of the ocean with all his strength. He didn't even care about the lack of true essence in his meridians. Seeing Xiao Hua being so arrogant, Qin Jian's expression changed. Xiao Hua was using true essence, and he was also using sword essence. He really couldn't figure out how much true essence Xiao Hua had in his body. He also couldn't figure out whether Xiao Hua was a golden core or foundation establishment. Go! Qin Jian shouted. The sword light started to gather again. That terrifying wolf head appeared again. You think I'm afraid of you? Xiaohua smiled coldly. His magic power surged. The seal of the ocean turned into a dragon again and again. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air of flowing ice valley. In the distance, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao stood in the air. Even though no sword cultivator came to chase after them, their hearts were clenched together. However, their clenched hearts were also incomparably shocked. An indescribable feeling spread in their hearts. Today, they had seen Xiaohua's true strength. It was definitely a strength that overturned their original understanding. Not to mention themselves, even if they were masters, how could they reach such heights? Li Zongbao's heart was filled with bitterness. He had already overestimated Xiaohua's cultivation, but now it seemed that what he overestimated was only the tip of the iceberg. What he knew was nothing more than a tree in the forest. Other than being shocked, Xiao Mao was also envious and longing. He was deeply aware of the power of the dragon transformation art, but he never thought that the dragon transformation art would have such an effect. When he first met Xiaohua, he was disdainful of Xiaohua, but now, Xiaohua's height was something he could only look up to. However, he remembered that he also had the dragonization ability, which meant that he also had a path forward. Xiao Mao was extremely eager to learn it, and he might be able to reach that level in the near future. This is for sure. Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with determination. Xiaohua's encouragement to him was far more than any encouragement in the world. All of his master's methods were also insignificant in his eyes. He knew that as long as he relied on the dragon transformation art, he would definitely be able to condense a core in the future, or even conceive a baby. However, the two of them turned their heads almost at the same time and exchanged glances. They seemed to have realized something. Xiaohua had always been concealing his strength. Even when he met a strong enemy, he would hide some of his cultivation. When had he ever tried to be brave like today? Could it be that his spiritual power wasn't affected by the spirit-binding juice at all just now? Could it be that his spiritual power is so abundant that it can be compared to a nascent soul cultivator? The moment the two of them looked at each other, they saw a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. Qin Jian's scheme? The two of them exclaimed at the same time. Li Zongbao hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Xiao, let's send a message quickly." At this time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on the battlefield was in chaos. Qi waves and shock waves spread out. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao knew that they couldn't get close, but they were also afraid of disturbing Xiaohua's attention, so they could only do this. However, no matter how they sent a message, Xiaohua didn't respond. It was as if Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to everything outside the battlefield. This is not normal. Li Zongbao immediately came to a conclusion. He raised the immortal piercing whip and said anxiously, "Junior brother Xiao, wait a moment. I'll go over now." "I'll go over too." Xiao Mao was naturally very anxious. The two of them had already thrown caution to the wind. Why would they care about their own lives? However, at this time, the situation on the battlefield changed again. After more than 10 collisions, the huge wolf shape had already dimmed. It was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished with just one more breath. Xiaohua's heart was filled with ecstasy. He urged his true essence and his magic power surged into the spell that was gradually forming at his fingertips. However, at this moment, Xiaohua's meridians trembled and signs of his true essence drying up flashed by. If it was normal, Xiaohua would have been alert. However, at this time, Xiaohua's eyes were bloodshot. He only wanted to tear Qin Jian's head off. Why would he care about such minor details? He waved his hand and a few more elixirs were sent into his mouth. He shouted, Come, I'll let you have a taste of my power." Then, the medicinal power of the elixirs was quickly refined. His spiritual power surged like waves. Just as Xiaohua's spell was sent into the seal of Overturn the Sea, 2 rays of light flew out from Xiaohua's left and right. One was the shadow of Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip, and the other was Xiao Mao's universe ring. They turned into flowing light and rushed into the battlefield. Boom, boom. Although Xiao Hua's seal of Overturn the Sea and Qin Jian's flying sword did not collide directly with the two's magical treasures, the two of them had fought for a long time. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth nearby was completely disturbed. Not only was the sword light overflowing, but the light and power of the seal of Overturn the Sea were also nearby and did not dissipate. Although the two magical treasures were used by Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, when they collided with the light of the seal of Overturn the Sea and Qin Jian's sword light, they could only let out a roar. The two magical treasures were sent flying. At the same time, their primordial spirits were also heavily injured. They could not help but fly backwards for more than 10 feet. Poo piu. 2 mouthfuls of blood essence were spat out from their mouths at almost the same time. The two of them were originally injured in the karst cave. Their spiritual power was exhausted. Now that they had just recovered a little, how could they be a match for the two of them? However, even though the two of them were dispirited in midair and barely managed to stabilize their bodies, they still had some gains. After all, they had two magical treasures as an external cause. Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. The spiritual sense that he had left behind on the battlefield hurriedly swept outwards. When he saw the injuries of the two of them, he was slightly shocked. However, it was only a shock. The killing intent in his heart surged up again, almost unstoppable. Killing. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. Everyone has killing intent in their hearts. Everyone has darkness. It's just that this darkness has always been covered by light and cannot be discovered. Even though this young master feels that he is extremely open and aboveboard, this young master is not an immortal, but only an immortal cultivator. This darkness is far from being removed. Now that there is an opportunity, a reason to trigger this darkness can't be suppressed. However, even though Xiao Hua knew, even though he felt that this kind of unrestrained killing was indeed refreshing, but what was the end of the refreshing feeling, he was not clear in his heart. However, he was clear in his heart that this pleasure of killing was provoked by Qin Jian. He had already unknowingly fallen into Qin Jian's scheme. Falling into the opponent's scheme, could the ending be a rise in cultivation? Could it be a safe escape? Xiao Hua hurriedly tried to think of a way to save Qin Jian. He wanted to calm himself down, but that uncontrollable impulse kept attacking him, making him unable to control his true essence. His magic power surged out again, and the seal of ocean overturning roared as it rushed towards Qin Jian's sword light. Why can't I control myself? Xiao Hua was aghast and began to form hand seals again. Not good, spirit binding juice. Spirit binding juice. Xiao Hua suddenly had a thought in his mind. In the jade pendant, it mentioned the aftereffects of the spirit binding juice, but it was not clear what it was. Could it be? This is the aftereffects of the spirit binding juice? Immediately, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept across the calm Qin Jian in the distance, only to see the corner of Qin Jian's mouth slightly raised. He actually looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Damn it! Why does this young master have the aftereffects of the spirit binding juice? Why don't Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao have any aftereffects? Xiao Hua was secretly surprised, but in a moment he gave the answer himself. Nonsense, the two of them just fought in the underground cave for a long time. Even if there were any aftereffects, it would have long been gone. This young master? Bless. What should I do? Xiao Huan naturally did not know that when Li Zongbao saw his martial uncle being killed by Qin Jian, the killing intent in his heart also went out of control. If not for the fact that he had already killed many sword cultivators in the cave and was firmly restrained by Xiao Hua, he might also be in some danger. Xiao Hua's spiritual power uncontrollably flowed into the seal of tumbling ocean. The seal of tumbling ocean overflowed with brilliance, the yellow dragon stirred the air, and it was full of yellow shadows, completely suppressing Qin Jian's sword light. Xiao Hua seemed to be winning, but Xiao Hua understood that he was only looking good on the surface, completely relying on the support of the elixir. He was falling step by step into the grave that Qin Jian had dug for him. Roar, Qin Jian's giant wolf took shape again, roaring towards the sky. Not only did it absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, it also awakened the last trace of killing intent in Xiao Hua's heart. Kill. Xiaohua's eyes were also completely red, the seal of tumbling ocean smashed towards the giant wolf. At this moment, the giant wolf was vivid and lifelike. The sword light in its eyes revealed a kind of cunning and cruelty. It was reflected in Xiaohua's eyes, and also penetrated into Xiaohua's heart. Seeing such a vivid beast's nature, Xiaohua could not help but think of Reverend Brightsword's little deer sword intent. Like a flash of lightning, Xiaohua's mind entered the space without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, Reverend Brightsword's flying sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, a cool feeling from Reverend Brightsword's flying sword entered his hand, and this cool feeling slowly but clearly rushed into his heart meridian, rushing into his body. This cool feeling was like the little deer nimbly jumping over the stream, jumping over the grass, and hiding in the cave. Chapter 25:38. This coolness was like a drizzle, drenching Xiaohua's body in the scorching heat. All of his impatience, all of his killing intent, all of his boiling blood gradually calmed down. See, Xiaohua was awake. Or rather, he was awake just now, but he was unable to control himself. At this moment, his control over his body and meridians were gradually recovering. A faint soreness came from his meridians. Xiaohua let out a cold snort after some lingering fear. His meridians had been ravaged by black sand and countless spirit herbs. At the same time, he had the support of the dragon transformation art. Qin Jian's scheme was to trap him, but if he succeeded, it would not be so simple. Of course, even if Qin Jian did not succeed, what would Xiaohua be like at that time? Thinking about it, Xiaohua felt some lingering fear. At any time, he could not underestimate his opponent, and he could not let his guard down. Seeing Xiaohua suddenly retract his magic power and the seal of the overturning sea only hovered in the air, Qin Jian was a little surprised. However, he still urged the giant wolf to pounce on Xiaohua. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Xiaohua sneered and pointed his finger. The yellow dragon of the seal of the overturning sea landed on the seal. The seal suddenly expanded and smashed towards the giant wolf. The sound was still earth-shattering. Although the giant wolf was not completely torn apart like before, it was still scattered. Flying sword. Seeing that Xiaohua's defense was no longer as crazy as before, Qin Jian felt that it was a pity. He thought that the effect of the spirit-binding juice had worn off. However, when he saw the flying sword in Xiaohua's hand, he was puzzled. At this moment, the flying sword in Xiaohua's hand flashed with a faint light. The little deer slowly walked out from the light. The little deer also emitted a faint sword light. Although the sword light was faint, it was extremely sharp. Every time the little deer took a step, the sword light would expand by 1 zhang. When the little deer walked into the air, its small head slightly raised, and it even sneezed. The sword light immediately enveloped an area of several zhang around it. Like sunlight piercing through the darkness, the little deer's quiet sword light pierced through the giant wolf's brutal sword intent without any obstruction. All of the killing and savagery were annihilated by the faint sword light. Sword intent? Tranquil deer? Qin Jian was dumbfounded. Why does this guy have the sword spirit of a swordsman? Where did he get it? And this sword intent is so complete, so supreme. Qin Jian was almost jealous of Xiaohua. Great. Using stillness to overcome hardness with softness. When Xiaohua saw this scene, he sighed with emotion. His heart was incomparably calm, as though he had received a baptism. That little deer looked so weak, yet so agile. However, this pure feeling was precisely the nemesis of Qin Sword's giant wolf, completely suppressing it. Perhaps it's because of Reverend Brightsword's high cultivation? Xiaohua attempted to use the flying sword to attack the Qin sword with the young deer. Unfortunately, the young deer only stayed in midair for a moment before barking at Xiaohua. It flashed again and entered the long sword. Seeing that the little deer wasn't under his command, Xiaohua felt helpless. He stored the sword into his space and used his divine sense to scan Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who had fallen at the foot of the mountain in the distance. After confirming that the two were fine, he withdrew his divine sense. "Ah, Qin Jian, you old fogey." Xiaohua laughed. This young master's luck is at its peak. Your thousands of schemes will only be for naught. Hand over your head. There's no need to keep the bounty of my Sky Patrol City anymore. Ignorant child. Qin Jian sneered. Even if this old man's scheme fails, how much true yuan do you have in your body? You don't even have a golden core. Why should this old man be afraid of you? As he spoke, Qin Jian waved his hand. The sword light that was scattered in midair gradually condensed into a pitch-black flying sword. That flying sword was extremely bloody. Go! Qin Jian let out a soft roar. The flying sword rushed into the air and suddenly split into two. There seemed to be a mysterious connection between the two flying swords. One flying sword drove the other flying sword, and the other flying sword drove the other flying sword. Flying swords were originally extremely fast, and in this way, the two flying swords streaked across the sky like shooting stars chasing after the moon, piercing towards Xiaohua's ribs from two sides with incomparable speed. This young master understands. Xiaohua saw that the two flying swords were piercing towards him at a breakneck speed. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted. It was as though he had discovered something that he had never discovered before. Pooh! Xiaohua opened his mouth and a green and red flying sword flew out. It was Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng flew out and similarly split into two, like two stars rushing towards Qin Jian's flying sword. You still have a flying sword? Qin Jian was completely stunned. When he saw Xiaohua take out a long sword with sword intent, he was already surprised. However, when Xiaohua was unable to control it, he was relieved. He knew that Xiaohua did not know anything about flying swords. However, now that he saw Xiaohua easily controlling a flying sword and splitting it into two like him, how could he not be shocked? However, Qin Jian sneered. You're just using your spiritual sense to control a sword. How can you be a match for me, a sword cultivator? As Qin Jian activated his sword energy, the flying sword suddenly accelerated. Xiaohua's flying sword was not slow, but it still managed to block the two flying swords. Bang! Two crisp sounds rang out. Qin Jian's flying sword knocked Zhu Meng away. Zhu Meng did not seem to be a match for him at all. The quality of this flying sword is better than this old man's flying sword? Seeing that Zhu Meng was knocked away but his flying sword was still intact, Qin Jian was delighted. On the other hand, Xiaohua sighed and secretly said, Alas, as expected. My flying sword can't be called a flying sword. Perhaps it can be compared to a drawing sword swordsman, but in the eyes of a real illusory sword, it is child's play. Give me your life. Qin Jian laughed sinisterly. He knew the power of his flying sword. Not to mention Xiaohua, who was only a foundation establishment cultivator, even golden core cultivators like Xie Hui and Su Bo could not block the sharpness of his flying sword. Furthermore, Qin Jian sent out two sword lights. Even if Xiaohua's escape technique was fast, he would not be able to dodge. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't seem to be flustered as the two sword lights flew about 3 meters away from him. He casually waved his hand, as if he was taking something out of his storage pouch. A pitch-black magic staff appeared in his hand. With two swings of the staff, he effortlessly struck the flying swords. Bang! The flying sword shrank as if it was damaged. What? There's still a magic weapon? Just like all the swordsmen and cultivators that were killed by Xiaohua, Qin Jian could not help but ask as Xiaohua's bottom line was revealed. So what if there's a magic weapon? This old man will let you die of exhaustion in the sword array. Qin Jian sneered and opened his mouth. Poo-pew! With two consecutive sounds, two sword lights rushed into the night sky and landed on both sides of Xiaohua like lightning. Together with the previous two sword lights, Xiaohua was firmly trapped in the middle. A powerful restrictive force was emitted from the four sword lights and revolved around Xiaohua in a mysterious trajectory. The force was like a whirlpool in the sea, but also like a whirlpool in a hurricane. It firmly controlled Xiaohua's body. Not only did the true essence in Xiaohua's body slowly condense, even the blood in his veins showed signs of stagnation. Oh, this is a sword array. Xiaohua originally wanted to struggle, But when he saw that Qin Jian actually used the 4 flying swords to form a sword array, he could not help but feel happy. He also had a sword array, for example, the Sword of the World, which seemed to be a sword array. As for the Great 7 Stars array, he could only control it through the sword pouch. He could only drive the sword array to display a restrictive force, but he was still unable to display this kind of force similar to a whirlpool. He was somewhat curious about the sword array that Qin Jian used the 4 sword lights. After the 4 flying swords trapped Xiao Hua, the cautious Qin Jian began to approach. The 4 flying swords began to revolve, but no matter how they revolved, the position of the 4 flying swords did not change. Xiao Hua was trapped in the core position and did not change in the slightest. At the same time, with the rotation of the flying swords, the restrictive whirlpool also sped up. Every time the whirlpool rotated, it was like a stone mill turning a circle. The crushing force on Xiao Hua's body also increased by a bit. However, when he saw the faint golden brilliance flashing around Xiao Hua's body, and it did not seem to be weakening, Qin Jian understood that Xiao Hua's body could withstand the power of the sword array. Hiss! Qin Jian took a deep breath. He felt that Xiao Hua was like a hedgehog with thorns. No matter where he attacked, he would not be able to succeed easily. However, his 4-symbol sword array only had this kind of power. If he wanted to increase it, he was afraid that he would have to cultivate to the transformation sword realm. Rise! Qin Jian clenched his teeth and formed a sword seal with both hands at the same time. The 2 flying swords on the 4 symbols sword array flashed with resplendent sword lights. The sword lights left the body and swam around the sword array like fish, piercing towards Xiao Hua, who was in the middle of the array. Xiao Hua calmed down and felt the changes in the restrictive power of the 4 symbols sword array. He felt that the power of the sword array had reached a certain level and it was difficult to increase it again. He knew that the power of the sword array had reached its limit. At this moment, Qin Jian changed his move again. The 2 sword lights followed the restrictive power of the sword array and rushed towards him. Moreover, these 2 sword lights were the same as before. There was a mysterious connection between them. As the 2 flying swords flew faster and faster, they pierced towards his shoulder at a faster speed than the previous 2 sword lights. As the saying goes, the expert looks at the skill while the layman looks at the excitement. When other cultivators saw these meteor-like sword lights, they had already panicked and were only thinking of how to block them. However, when Xiao Hua's gaze swept over, he was first surprised. That's not right. There are 4 flying swords. How can there only be 2 sword lights? Xiao Hua was actually very curious, because he saw the interaction of 2 sword lights, which was much faster than 1 sword light. What if there were 3 sword lights or 4 sword lights? Wouldn't it be even faster than before? If that was the case, Li Xiubai's 9 stars transit was 9 flying swords. How fast would the flying swords be? Although there was no record of this in the sword slip left behind by Li Xiubai, Xiao Hua felt that the 9 stars transit was not as simple as he thought. Chapter 25-39. How could Xiao Hua be afraid of these 2 sword lights? The sword array of Yin-Yang twin Spring Mountain was many times more powerful than this sword array. Xiao Hua was also leisurely strolling around. How could he put this sword array in his eyes? His shoulders trembled as he roared, "Old man, let me show you how powerful this young master is." With that said, the wishful steel staff danced in the air. Flowers bloomed and shadows of the staff appeared. Not only did it defeat the 2 sword lights, but it also broke free from the shackling power of the 4-division sword array. The wishful steel staff hit the 4 swords directly through the shackling power. 3 faint sword sounds were emitted from the 3 flying swords. The 4 flying swords were originally rotating in a regular manner, but now it was somewhat chaotic. Oh, why are there 3 sword cries? Xiao Hua's heart moved, and then his eyes narrowed as he laughed. This young master understands. This Qin Jian originally had 4 flying swords, but unfortunately, the invisible sword sneak attacked this young master. This young master first broke the sword array. He used one of the flying swords to create a sword light. It seems like there are 4 flying swords, but in fact, there are only 3 flying swords. Since Xiao Hua had this idea, He immediately noticed the flaws of the four-symbol sword array. He did not need to use his Dharma eye to check. The illusory flying sword followed the mother sword every time it spun, almost imitating it. The strength of this sub-sword was also inferior to the other three flying swords. How can this sword array imprison this young master? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he looked at the strange Qin Jian. That Qin Jian was like a hungry wolf, opening his bloody mouth wide to devour Xiaohua, this hedgehog. Who would have thought that although Xiaohua was forced to curl up, the sharp spikes on his back were so shocking, every single one of them could stab him. No wonder he could kill so many illusory swordsmen. His strength is amazing, and his body is well-tempered. In addition, he also has a flying sword and has studied the flying sword technique of us swordsmen. How can we have an advantage against him? Qin Jian hesitated. Moreover, this guy has not used the phoenix celestial body that made him famous. I don't know how powerful it is. It is said that the flying technique of the Imperial Thunder sect is also very powerful. I don't know how good this guy's lightning escape technique is. This old man, I'm afraid I'll have to see the situation today. Qin Jian had the intention to retreat, but he still did not want to give up this great situation. Just as he was thinking about how to use the secret technique again, he heard Xiaohua sneer. Such a sword array is really broken. You actually dare to use it to show off in front of this young master. This sentence ignited Qin Jian's arrogance. Ordinary swordsmen only cultivated one flying sword, but he had outstanding talent and obtained the opportunity to cultivate 4 flying swords. Moreover, he relied on these 4 flying swords to set up the sword array, which made him famous in the sword domain. In this sword battle, Black Phoenix Sword Sect's LV Rucheng was appointed as the strategist of the battle by the sword transformation master. He originally had a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart, which was why he challenged the cultivators of the Dao sect at the beginning of the battle. In recent years, he had been moving unhindered between the country of Shi and the country of Huan. Although he relied on countless calculations and racked his brains, this flying sword technique and sword array technique were really powerful. Not to mention Foundation Establishment cultivators, even if a dozen Golden Core cultivators were to fall into his hands, they would not be able to fight back. Whether they were dizzy from the invisible sword or trapped by the 4-symbol sword array, they would lose their lives in vain. And today, Xiaohua actually said that he was trash. How could he let him breathe his last? This old man wants to see. Qin Jian sneered. Just as he was about to say something ruthless, he saw Xiaohua's figure suddenly accelerate. Like lightning, he rushed to a spot in front of him. This place was originally where his illusory flying sword's confinement force was. If it was under normal circumstances, the invisible sword would have already confined this place. However, his illusory flying sword was half a beat slower than the flying sword in front of him, and Xiaohua just happened to fly to the place where the confinement force was not produced. How did he see the flaw? Qin Jian turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to perform the sword technique, Xiaohua covered his Taoist robe and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique again, attacking the illusory flying sword. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and a patch of fireflies was produced from the sword's light. Qin Jian's illusory flying sword was directly shattered by Xiaohua. How did this guy have magic power again? How did his magic power recover so quickly? The reason why Qin Jian hesitated was because he knew that Xiaohua had used up a lot of his magic power. Even if his methods were heavenly, without magic power, Xiaohua would not be Qin Jian's opponent. However, Xiaohua did not rely too much on magic power when he controlled the flying sword and waved the wishful scepter. Furthermore, the heavenly man-body bestowment technique and the dragon transformation art were constantly circulating in his body. Naturally, his magic power recovered very quickly. When the corner of the 4-symbol sword array was broken, the sword array immediately collapsed, and all the confinement force disappeared. Qin Jian was afraid that Xiaohua would take back his other flying swords, so he immediately performed the sword technique and the 3 flying swords flew far away. Go, I will let you see the power of this young master. Xiaohua did not care about the 3 flying swords. With a wave of his hand, the sword pouch flew out. He performed the sword technique and 7 flying swords flew out. The shining sword light illuminated the night sky and surrounded Qin Jian. 7 stars sword array? Qin Jian's face showed surprise, but he was not particularly surprised. After all, he also knew about the sword array of the Lingfeng sword sect. He also knew that Ling Yunwu died in the hands of Xiaohua. Furthermore, Xiaohua knew about flying swords. With Qin Jian's scheming mind, how could he not guess? However, Qin Jian was still surprised that Xiaohua could control the sword pouch. Seeing the 7 flying swords of the illusory swordsman releasing the confinement force, the sword light around Qin Jian's body slightly overflowed. It fought against the sword array, but when the confinement force of the 7 stars sword array reached a certain level, it did not increase anymore. Furthermore, the 7 flying swords followed the trajectory of the 7 stars sword array and did not change further. Qin Jian's heart was at ease. "Ha! Ignorant child," Qin Jian sneered, "you only learned a little of my sword cultivation and you dare to say that you are teaching me a lesson. With your flying swords, you can't even compare to my grand disciple's disciple." As he spoke, the sword light around Qin Jian's body slowly moved as if he was breathing. This breathing was very rhythmic, as if it was responding to the confinement force of the 7 stars sword array. As he gradually synchronized with the sword array, the confinement force also began to fluctuate, matching with his sword light. What made Xiaohua even more uneasy was that the 7 flying swords of the 7 stars sword array also began to emit sword light, matching with Qin Jian's sword light. Obviously, this was another secret manual of sword cultivation. Xiaohua was not in a hurry to retrieve the 7 stars sword array. Taking advantage of the fact that the confinement force of the battle was still there, he opened his mouth and the dream executioner that he had just retrieved flew out again, like a bright star entering the sword array. "Childish," Qin Jian sneered. He pointed his finger and a sword light flew out from his finger, piercing towards the dream executioner. Whoosh, the dream executioner shook and turned into 2. Qin Jian was extremely disdainful. He had already seen the dream executioner's transformation. He flicked his finger and another sword light flew out to meet the enemy. Whoosh! The dream executioner shook again and turned into 4. Oh! Qin Jian was slightly surprised, but he flicked his finger again and 2 more sword lights flew out. Whoosh whoosh, the dream executioner shook again and in an instant, 16 sword lights were formed. Qin Jian was panicking. He could no longer care about the sword light around him. He swung his hands and dozens of sword lights flew out. Although he was doubtful about the power of these sword lights, he did not dare to test it out. However, what happened next made him even more dumbfounded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 16 sword lights flashed again and turned into 64 sword lights. How is this possible? Qin Jian was shocked. The sword lights around him swayed and he was like a porcupine again. Many sword lights flew out to meet the enemy. It was also at this moment that the terrifying karma power on the green and red sword light came over, causing Qin Jian's heart to palpitate. At the same time, he suddenly came to a realization. Not good. Tu Hong was killed by you. Kakakaka. 64 sword lights let out a crisp sound at the same time. Qin Jian suspected that the sword lights were all empty on the outside, but the sword lights actually managed to split apart Qin Jian's sword lights. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into a bamboo shoot. Every sword light was incomparably sharp, and they flew towards Qin Jian like a flurry of arrows. No, this is not the Dao Sect's flying sword. It is also not my sword cultivator's flying sword technique. Qin Jian suddenly realized and said in shock, "You? Who are you?" That's right. Since he could kill a sword cultivator and a cultivator, and his divine skills were not the forte of these 2 sects, then where did he come from? Unfortunately, even if Xiaohua wanted to answer him, he could not. Although Xiaohua's sword lights were not as fast as Qin Jian's flying sword, Qin Jian was currently trapped in the 7 stars sword formation. How could he dodge it? The 64 sword lights pierced into Qin Jian's body without any difference. Qin Jian's body was covered with sword lights, as if 64 meteors were crashing into the sea of stars. Countless waves were stirred up. However, The strange thing was that when the 64 sword lights formed by the dream executioner crashed into Qin Jian's body, they valiantly passed through his body and flew out from the other side. However, Qin Jian's body only swayed slightly. The sword light on his body flickered slightly, but it immediately stabilized. A cold snort came from Qin Jian. Using a flying sword to go against a sword cultivator, you are simply a fool's dream. Qin Jian is already at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword. I'm afraid he will break through to the sword transformation realm soon. He should be able to transform into a sword at will. Since he can transform into a sword, my flying sword should not be able to kill Qin Jian easily. I have other plans, Xiao Hua thought to himself. However, since the dream executioner can force Qin Jian to transform into a sword, its power is also extremely strong. I should be proud. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua did not hesitate. On one hand, he controlled the 7 stars sword formation to imprison Qin Jian. On the other hand, he used the dream executioner to stab Qin Jian. In just a few breaths of time, the dream executioner stabbed into Qin Jian's body again and again. Although Qin Jian could transform into a sword, every time the dream executioner stabbed into his body, it would also cause him harm. Especially the dream executioner's Xiantian metal qi and the power of karma, it gradually destroyed Qin Jian's sword heart and sword transformation realm. Qin Jian increasingly felt that transforming into a sword was not easy. Chapter 2540. Break. Qin Jian clenched his teeth. A mysterious wave emitted from his body. Qin Jian's straight body began to twist. As it twisted, the wave became more and more intense. The 7 flying swords of the 7-star sword formation were already flickering with Qin Jian's sword light. Under this wave, they began to wail and shake violently. Not good. How could Xiao Hua not know that Qin Jian was using a secret technique? He hastily formed a sword sign and was about to activate the sword pouch to retrieve the 7 flying swords. However, it was fine if Xiao Hua didn't form a sword sign. When the sword sign hit the sword pouch also violently shook. There was a strong repulsive force from the sword pouch, resisting Xiao Hua's activation. Damn it! Xiao Hua was furious. The dream executioner flashed again and charged at Qin Jian. What shocked Xiao Hua even more was that Qin Jian seemed to be invisible. The dream executioner charged past Qin Jian's distorted image without stopping at all. It flashed past. Attack! Xiao Hua no longer hesitated. At the same time that he recalled the dream executioner, he used his 2 hands to summon lightning. Ka-cha-cha! In the night sky, dozens of thick lightning bolts suddenly appeared and struck at Qin Jian. The huge lightning bolts struck Qin Jian's image dozens of times. However, as the lightning bolts lingered, the image quickly recovered. In fact, Qin Jian's image became even more ethereal. Haha! Qin Jian's wild laughter sounded from the image. A huge sword shape appeared from the image. This sword shape actually carried lightning. Woo! That sword light seemed to be slow but was actually fast. In an instant, it was in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had never seen such a fast flying sword. He was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly formed a hand sign. It was the heaven and earth sleeve technique. However, when this technique was formed, it was as if it hit the void. That flying sword was not afraid of this restrictive force at all. It pierced through Xiao Hua's hand. This flying sword is not real. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. The wishful staff in his hand hurriedly flashed in front of him, wanting to block this flying sword. However, he was still a bit too slow. He only managed to sweep the tail of the flying sword. That intangible flying sword could not be stopped from rushing into Xiao Hua's forehead. Ah! The golden light on Xiao Hua's forehead flickered, and the golden light protecting his body merely flickered. He didn't even try to resist. An incomparable palpitation spread from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. It was as if he was facing a great crisis, a crisis that Xiao Hua was unable to resist. Just as Xiao Hua was about to win, he suddenly appeared. Boom! There was a loud explosion in Xiao Hua's mind as the invisible flying sword pierced straight into his mind and into a mysterious part of his soul. The boom came from the soul armament protecting Xiao Hua's dark clouds. It had blocked the flying sword, but the web of soul armament was reduced to nothing under the attack of the flying sword. Oh no! Xiao Hua was shocked. He never thought that Qin Jian would have such a soul sword technique that could directly kill a cultivator's soul. If it weren't for the soul armament he'd accidentally obtained outside of his soul, wouldn't he have already perished from that attack? You have a soul armament too? Qin Jian's voice sounded surprised. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. Countless soul strands extended out from the dark clouds and swept towards the flying sword like thousands of tentacles. The moment the intangible soul sword was entangled by the soul strands, it immediately let out a sharp cry. The resplendent sword light illuminated the entire dark clouds. Woo! The flying sword stirred up a gust of wind as it tried its best to pierce through the dark clouds. Xiao Hua's soul strands flickered as he tried his best to block the flying sword. However, his soul power was simply too weak. It was only able to block for a moment before the flying sword pierced through the dark clouds. A never-before-experienced fear emerged from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. As long as the flying sword pierced through the dark clouds, his soul would be destroyed by Qin Jian. Even if he didn't die, would the Xiao Hua who lost his soul still be Xiao Hua? Just as Xiao Hua was facing an unprecedented crisis, Qin Jian, who was in his sword form, was also in a bad situation. A soul sword wasn't something an ordinary swordsman could use. Even Qin Jian, a third-grade illusory swordsman, couldn't use it. The soul sword used the soul energy of the body. It was something Xiao Hua couldn't achieve even after many years of soul cultivation. Qin Jian had a few secret techniques and tricks, but when he used them it didn't just cost his soul, but his body as well. Even an expert as strong as Qin Jian couldn't withstand the backlash of his soul power when he used his soul sword. Only when he was in his sword form did Qin Jian dare to try it. And even when he was in his sword form, Qin Jian had to pay a heavy price to use a soul sword. It could even be said that he and Xiao Hua would perish together. This was something the calculative Qin Jian wasn't willing to do. He would only do it as a last resort. Just now, when Xiao Hua attracted the heavenly lightning, he just happened to have a thunder cry sword. This sword was his secret weapon. He didn't reveal it because he wanted to attack Xiao Hua while he was attracting the heavenly lightning. However, when the heavenly lightning struck the thunder cry sword, the enormous power of the heavenly lightning stimulated the power of his soul, and this soul sword was displayed beyond his imagination. But much to Qin Jian's surprise, Xiao Hua had a soul armament and even soul force. Though the soul force he had was weak, Qin Jian waited for Xiao Hua's soul to dissipate. He was already thinking of a way to make up for the losses he had suffered in this battle. Seems this old man was careless, but I can't remember where I was careless. Qin Jian, who already had victory in his grasp, suddenly felt that there was a flaw somewhere. It seemed that he had overlooked something when he was fighting against Xiao Hua. But just as Xiao Hua was about to lose all hope and Qin Jian was about to gloat over his victory, a dragon's roar echoed in Xiao Hua's mind and shook Qin Jian's soul. Just as the soul sword pierced through the mysterious dark clouds, a ferocious-looking dragon head emerged. Although the dragon head's eyes were closed and it looked much fainter than the soul sword, it was still a dragon's head. A majestic aura emanated from the dragon's head. The dragon's head opened its mouth and an unparalleled force enveloped the soul sword. The soul sword was swallowed by the dragon's head without being able to put up any resistance. Then, the dragon head retreated back into the dark clouds. Everything outside of the clouds returned to silence as if the dragon head had never appeared. Xiao Bai. Xiao Hua was caught off guard by the appearance of the little white dragon's soul. It was only when the little white dragon retreated back into the clouds that Xiao Hua realized what had happened. The little white dragon had saved Xiao Hua's life today, but it could also be said that the little white dragon had saved its own life. Ah! Qin Jian couldn't help but scream. The soul sword being swallowed was the pain of his soul being torn apart. It was far more painful than any physical pain. This old man will fight it out with you. After losing his soul sword, Qin Jian's soul was no longer whole. His consciousness was a little blurry. He couldn't react to the sudden appearance of the dragon head in Xiao Hua's soul. He didn't know how to think about such an unbelievable thing. In fact, it was extremely difficult for Qin Jian to get out of the sword form again. But after hearing Qin Jian scream, the sword form suddenly solidified. A huge flying sword let out a loud sword cry. This cry reverberated through the 9 heavens, and a pressure comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator was emitted from the huge sword. Xiao Hua had lost his phoenix celestial body. How could he resist this pressure? Xiao Hua hurriedly used his concealment technique to resist the pressure. However, he was too close to Qin Jian. The pressure was pressing down on him. Xiao Hua didn't have much true yuan in his meridians to begin with. The true yuan in his meridians was almost stagnant. Xiao Hua couldn't even lift a finger. This old man is stupid. Qin Jian's consciousness was already blurred. But when he saw this scene, he immediately knew where his mistake was. He had schemed against Xiao Hua for a long time, but he still missed the most basic of pressure. He didn't expect that Xiao Hua, who killed several illusory swords, was only at the foundation establishment late stage. It's not too late now. Qin Jian's heart was filled with regret, but there was still hope for survival. The entire flying sword slashed down. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a few hundred feet was absorbed by the flying sword. A huge force comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator held Xiao Hua tightly. Pooh! Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and the last bit of spiritual fire he could summon flew out. The moment the spiritual fire appeared in the air, Xiao Hua's fire control art spread out like a net and flew toward the giant sword. However, wherever the spiritual fire net passed, there was not a single ripple. It did not disturb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at all. However, the restrictive power of the giant sword was swept away by the spiritual fire net. Fight! Xiao Hua now had no spiritual energy in his body. He could only use the wind escape technique to raise his staff and fly behind the net of spiritual fire, smashing towards the huge sword. Rumble! The huge roar shook the surroundings again. Sure enough, Xiao Hua's expectation was true. Although the net of spiritual fire was powerful, it caught the huge sword and even began to burn it, but the falling momentum of the huge sword did not change. Xiao Hua swung his staff just in time. The huge sword was actually blocked by Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua was even worse. His body fell straight into the air like a meteorite. Roar! The spiritual fire ignited the huge sword, almost burning into Qin Jian's soul. His primordial spirit gradually fused with the sword spirit was awakened. While feeling the pain, Qin Jian also realized the danger. Run! This was the first time Qin Jian made such a decision since the Battle of Swords. Buzz! The huge sword's sword light shone brightly and moved like a stream of light, flying towards the north. But just as the huge sword was flying, a cold voice came. "Old man, are you leaving? This young master will send you on your way." As the voice spoke, a pool of clear water fell from the sky, blocking the front of the flying sword. Innate primordial water? Qin Jian's primordial spirit was burned by the spiritual fire, and he could not help but scream in pain. Where do you have any spiritual energy left? Do you need spiritual energy to drive the innate primordial water? Xiao Hua flew crookedly in the air, looking extremely weak. He could only use the flying technique. But even so, the water curtain of innate primordial water changed with Xiao Hua's spell and quickly closed up, sealing the huge sword in a space. Buzz! The huge sword cried and crashed into the water curtain. Unfortunately, not only was Qin Jian an arrow at the end of its flight, but the water curtain was so tough that it not only corroded the huge sword, but also confused the part of Qin Jian's primordial spirit that crashed into the water curtain. But the strange thing was that the spiritual fire in the innate primordial water was still not extinguished, and it even showed signs of flourishing. Ha! Qin Jian, obediently turn into a sword. This way, you can still accompany Ling Yunwu and the others. Xiao Hua's wild laughter came from the water curtain. He was really happy. The quality of this flying sword was definitely better than Ling Yunwu and the others. Qin Jian's primordial spirit was already weak and lost. He had already fused with the sword spirit more than half. When he heard Xiao Hua's arrogance, he immediately thought of the 7 flying swords of the 7 stars formation. How could Qin Jian be controlled by Xiao Hua after his death? The sword light on the huge sword suddenly retracted, and then expanded again. The huge sword opened up with a boom, and an earth-shattering sound exploded in the innate primordial water. This was the self-destruction of a late golden core stage cultivator. In an instant, the entire water curtain exploded, and the fragments of the huge sword broke through the innate primordial water and flew in all directions. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the sword light reflected the sunlight. It was extremely dazzling and beautiful. No one would have thought that this dazzling scenery was actually the funeral of a sword cultivator. Ooh! A flying sword fragment brushed past Xiao Hua's chin and flew away, scaring Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua only had time to grab one fragment before the rest of the fragments flew all over the place. There were even a few fragments that fell into the river. Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief, and his figure slowly landed on the foot of a mountain. His whole body was numb. Damn it! I escaped from the tiger's den again. Xiao Hua was extremely tired as he thought. At this moment he really wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. The fight just now had really made him extremely tired. However, when the ray of sunlight from the east shone on Xiao Hua's body, Xiao Hua stretched, clenched his hand, and slowly punched out the Big Dipper magical fist. An extremely strange scene appeared. The faint brilliance of the rising sun fell on the flowing ice valley. The river water was still sparkling, and it hit the mountain peak. Within the sparkling light, large and small flowing ice roared. Following the current, the sound of the waves was ear-splitting. On top of the towering mountain peak, a tall and thin cultivator was calm and composed. Every move was like a virgin, and every move was like a fleeing rabbit. He didn't know how many divine wills swept past him and how many gazes were looking at him from afar. However, all the gazes flashed by and all the divine wills were gone. No swordsman's divine wills dared to linger in this place for even a moment. Even the divine wills that swept past him were anxious and cautious to the extreme. That's right, the battle between Xiao Hua and Qin Jian was so powerful. Qin Jian's cultivation was close to transforming into a sword, and all the swordsmen within a dozen miles could feel his sword intent. That sword intense anger, the sword intense fear, and the sword intense despair, they could all feel it. Especially Xiao Hua's lightning-attracting technique, which made their hearts tremble. Terrifying Phoenix. This name was instantly imprinted in their hearts. Chapter 2541. At this moment, the battle had ended. Qin Jian had turned into a sword and self-destructed. Not only was Xiao Hua's innate primordial water unable to block it, but all the swordsmen within a dozen miles had sensed his determination to fall into a desperate situation through their flying swords. Qin Jian had died, but what about Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect? He was actually leisurely practicing his fists at the foot of the mountain. The indifference on Xiao Hua's face and his casual fists only let them know that the battle just now was just a small matter. Although he didn't have any power or terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, which swordsman would dare to take half a step forward? A cool current flowed through his bones, and that comfortable feeling gradually overflowed within Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua closed his eyes comfortably, as if he really liked this tranquil atmosphere. "Big brother." An extremely respectful voice sounded. It was Xiao Mao who had flown over. Xiao Hua opened his eyes slightly, but did not answer. He saw Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao landing about 10 feet away from him, standing with their hands by their sides. They were waiting quietly. Seeing that Xiao Hua was ignoring them, they did not dare to ask. After finishing a set of Big Dipper mystical fists, Xiao Hua stopped and smiled. "How are your injuries?" "I took some elixirs, so there shouldn't be any problems." Xiao Mao looked at Li Zongbao, who had a complicated expression, and hurriedly answered. He did not have any obstacles when facing Xiao Hua, whose cultivation was extraordinary, but Li Zongbao probably had some ideas. Then that's good. Xiao Hua sighed and said to Li Zongbao, I'm afraid that we have wasted our trip to the flowing ice valley. I originally wanted to chop off Qin Jian's head, but who would have thought that he would turn into a sword, and this flying sword? I was unable to take it down. Qin Jian self-destructed, so his storage bag and other items are probably gone. We don't have any proof, so how can we claim credit from the conference hall? Hearing Xiao Hua call himself a little brother, a trace of warmth flashed through Li Zongbao's eyes. He pointed to the ground and said, Things don't seem as complicated as junior brother Xiao thinks. Xiao Hua looked down and saw a fist-sized piece of flesh. This is... Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback, but then he laughed loudly. Indeed, this flesh and blood was similar to a fragment of the flying sword that Qin Jian had transformed into when he had self-destructed. Xiao Hua casually took it and threw it on the ground. At this moment, that fragment had turned into flesh and blood again. How strange! Xiao Hua scratched his head and thought to himself, since Qin Jian has already turned into a sword after the explosion, it should be the fragments of the flying sword. Why did it turn into flesh and blood? However, since there was flesh and blood, there should be fragments of Qin Jian's head as well. Now that Xiao Hua and the others had the basis to ask for a reward, who would care about why he escaped from the sword transformation? The heavens are helping me. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Big brother and senior brother Li, please wait here. I will go and look for them now. Xiao Mao was also overjoyed. Junior brother Xiao, rest here. I will go with Xiao Mao to search for him. Although Li Zongbao's face was indifferent, he was secretly happy. Although he did not personally kill Qin Jian, Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao were in the same team as him. This merit belonged to none other than the three of them. Okay, Xiao Hua did not decline. Although Qin Jian had self-destructed, his flesh and blood were only scattered within a few li. With the two's divine senses, it would be easy to find him. When the two of them went in different directions, Xiao Hua released his divine senses and scanned the area within a few li. All the swordsmen who came into contact with Xiao Hua's divine senses were shocked and fled. Damn it, this young master's reputation is a little troublesome. Xiao Hua had a headache. He actually killed Qin Jian in front of so many swordsmen. It was impossible for his reputation not to spread far and wide. Others were afraid that his reputation would not spread far and wide, but Xiao Hua was worried. Xiao Hua waved the Big Dipper magical fist again. His primordial spirit that had fused with his bones swam within them. After looking at the condition of his bones, Xiao Hua was the same as before. He sighed. This bone tempering is really the work of dripping water to penetrate a stone. Without a certain degree of polishing, there will not be any progress at all. This Big Dipper magical fist was the bone tempering technique this young master used when he had a fire attribute physique. Now, it is no longer of much use. There are still so many fine orange spots. It seems that the earth crystal Yao milk cannot speed up the progress of the bone tempering technique too much. I wonder when it will reach the limit. Actually, not only was there no improvement in bone honing, there was also not much improvement in the dragon transformation incantation and heavenly infusion technique. However, now that Little White had returned, he could ask Little White about the dragon transformation incantation after she recovered. Xiao Hua waved his fists and legs as he thought. It was rare for him to be able to leisurely practice martial arts on the foothills. After 4 hours, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao flew back. Seeing Xiao Mao's gloomy face, Xiao Hua's heart sank. He asked in a low voice, "How is it? Could it be that that bastard Qin Jian really split into thousands of blood vessels and there is no trace of him left?" Seeing Xiao Hua's anxiety, Xiao Mao clapped his hands and laughed. "Big brother, look." As he spoke, he took out a sword token from his storage bag. Xiao Hua glanced at it and did not take it. He shook his head slightly. Even if it is Qin Jian's token, I am afraid that it is not enough to prove that Qin Jian died in our hands. What about this? Although Li Zongbao's face was cold, his eyes flashed with a trace of ecstasy. He reached out his hand and took out half a head from his storage bag. Xiao Hua's eyebrows relaxed and his eyes lit up. This head was not complete, only half of it. But what was amazing was that this half was half of Qin Jian's face. If it was put together with the sword token, it would definitely prove the identity of this head. I also found a lot of remains. Xiao Mao laughed. If we forcefully put them together, we might be able to piece together a complete corpse. Fuck. Xiao Hua finally understood why Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao took such a long time to come back. They had searched the surrounding 10 miles, and other than the corpses that had fallen into the river, they couldn't find anything else. Everything else should be here. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "What about the other things?" "They are all here." Li Zongbao took out a storage bag and handed it to Xiao Hua. "Xiao Mao and I knew that junior brother Xiao might be useful, so we came over. But, it might not be useful." Hearing Li Zongbao's words, Xiao Hua's heart that had just been filled with hope sank again. As expected, when he took the storage bag, there were a lot of things inside. It might be Qin Jian's or it might not be Qin Jian's, but they were all tattered and not a single one was complete. The sword token and flying sword that Xiao Hua wanted was also not there. "Oh, this is in good condition." Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over it. It was an extremely simple triangular object that was in tatters. He could not see its origin. Xiao Hua took out the triangular object and looked at it for a moment. He could not figure out what it was, but since Qin Jian's self-destruction could not destroy it, it must be extremely hard. "This item, I will take it." Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and smiled. "This is all junior brother Zhao's, there is no need to ask me." How could Li Zongbao have any objections? "Thank you, senior brother Li." Xiao Hua smiled and kept the storage bag. He looked around and said, "I have troubled senior brother Li about this matter. This Qin Jian was also killed by you, me, and Xiao Mao. As for the details, senior brother will make the decision." "And I know this." Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Mao. "We obtained such a great merit out of nowhere, and the rewards are also great. Xiao Mao and I will naturally have to consider carefully." "Good." Xiao Hua nodded. He looked into the distance and said, "The sword cultivators are already gathering again. My Dao Sect's cultivators are also stopping in the distance. Let's go." "Wait a moment." Li Zongbao bit his lips and said, "I still have to find Martial Uncle Chu Hui's corpse. It would be even better if I can find Martial Uncle Su Bo's corpse." This. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. After all, the Flowing Ice Valley's Spirit Stone Mine was now filled with sword cultivators. Although the three of them were powerful, it would be dangerous for them to go there now. That day, I went to the country of Xi for Martial Uncle Chu Hui's personal matters. I met junior brother Xiao and Li Zongbao said intermittently, "Martial Uncle took good care of me. Even the Taiqing Sect's Feather Immortal Gathering was promoted by Martial Uncle Chu Hui. If I can't find Martial Uncle Chu Hui's corpse, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace." There is such a karma? Xiao Hua suddenly realized that the question Li Zongbao had asked about the devil cultivators on the Thousandjiang Mountain was actually about Chu Hui. "Forget it." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Li, come with me." Since junior brother Li is willing to help because of junior brother Chu Hui, junior brother will definitely do his best. After saying that, Xiao Hua flew up and flew towards the place where he saw Qin Jian kill Chu Hui. That place wasn't too far from here, but at this time, there were many swordsmen entrenched there. Seeing Xiao Hua, this fiend, actually flying towards them, the crowd of swordsmen couldn't help but be frightened out of their wits. They hastily fled. How could they still dare to stay in place? When Xiao Hua landed at the foot of the mountain, he used his divine perception to search carefully. After a long while, Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao flew over. "Over there." Xiao Hua pointed and said in a low voice, "The corpses of the two martial uncles are here. I just don't know if the things inside are intact. Let's go over." Li Zongbao was overjoyed when he heard that. He hurriedly moved and landed at the riverside. Chu Hui and Su Bo's mangled corpses were hanging on the riverside. Their corpses were still intact, and their storage bags were hanging on their waists. Obviously, after Qin Jian killed the two of them, he immediately chased after Xiao Hua and the others. He didn't have time to give orders, so the swordsman didn't dare to casually deal with the corpses. Near, there are thousands of corpses. What does Senior Brother Li think? Xiao Hua was a little dispirited and asked in a low voice. Junior Brother Xiao is tired. Let me and Xiao Mao clean them up. Li Zongbao's heart was filled with sorrow. However, this sorrow was gradually driven away by the parting love treasure mirror. He only pondered for a moment before replying. Chapter 2542. No need. Xiao Hua sighed. Let's do it together. These are the brave warriors of my Dao sect. If I don't collect their corpses, I won't be able to rest easy. With that, Xiao Hua flew up and flew in a certain direction. He waved his hands and all the corpses of the Dao sect cultivators fell into his hands. Then he put them into his storage bag. As for the sword cultivator corpses, Xiao Hua did not touch them at all. He only collected the storage bag and flying sword. It took them more than an hour to collect the corpses. However, other than the surging river water and the occasional sweep of divine scents, no one came to disturb them. It was quite peaceful. Let's go. After all, Xiao Hua was used to collecting corpses. He was the first to fly into the air. After waiting for a while, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao also flew over. Xiao Hua waved his hand and flew to the south. After the three of them flew for a long time, the thousands of swordsmen flew out hesitantly. Some of them cleaned up the battlefield, while some of them flew to other places. They should be notifying the other illusory sword division masters. Xiao Hua and the others only flew for an hour. Along the way, they collected many corpses of the cultivators. Then they turned to the west. Li Zongbao originally wanted to point out the direction, but when he saw Xiao Hua's confidence, he knew that Xiao Hua had found something. Therefore he kept quiet. Sure enough, not long after, Li Zongbao's divine sense also found that there were thousands of cultivators gathered not far away. They seemed to be waiting and planning something. When Li Zongbao and the others flew closer, these cultivators realized that these cultivators were the cultivators that Xiao Hua had opened up the underground passage and rescued. When the cultivators saw Li Zongbao and the others return safely, they were all overjoyed. The crowd shouted and stepped forward to greet Li Zongbao and the others. At the same time, they thanked Li Zongbao for saving their lives. At this time, Xiao Hua was extremely shy. He quietly hid behind Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. Although he was smiling, he did not speak. You're welcome, you're welcome. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao knew Xiao Hua's thoughts, so they naturally took half a step forward and returned the greeting. The emotions of the crowd, who had just survived a calamity, were somewhat emotional. Over 1,000 people surrounded the three of them, words of gratitude ceaselessly filling their ears. A long while later, Li Zongbao waved his hand again, indicating for the crowd to quiet down. Then, he said, today's battle at Ice Flow Valley can be considered as a setback for us. Tens of thousands of disciples were killed or injured. However, I'm afraid even more sword cultivators will perish under the attacks of these disciples. In this way, we'll be able to give an explanation to the discussion hall. Right now, we need to gather the remaining disciples. First, we need to deal with the future attacks of cultivators, and second, we need to see what plans we have for the future. Yes, we understand. Among the 1,000 disciples, there were disciples of the Utopia faction, the Changbai faction, and the Cool Breeze Valley. Those disciples of the Utopia faction were already shouting loudly. They had been driven so far away by the sword cultivators, so they didn't have the time to check on the situation at Ice Flow Valley. At this time, they didn't know that Qin Jian had been killed by Xiao Hua. Li Zongbao tilted his head slightly and sent a message to Xiao Hua. Then, he turned back to the dozens of disciples of the Utopia faction and said, "You all go to various places. There are other disciples there. After you find them, wait for us at a place more than 300 miles ahead." Yes, the disciples of the Utopia faction received the order and flew in groups of 3 to 5 to the places that Li Zongbao had mentioned. The disciples of the other factions flew forward under Li Zongbao's lead. 300 miles away, there was an ice field that was slightly higher than other places. A group of cultivators landed on the ice field. They consumed pills and adjusted their breathing and true core strength. Some cultivators flew out to patrol the area. After half a day, dozens of utmost happiness faction disciples returned. Along with them, there were close to 10,000 disciples from the three factions. Half of these disciples had followed Li Zongbao out of the Spirit Stone Mine, while the other half had followed Xie Hui and Su Bo out of the Spirit Stone Mine. Jian Boming, who was close to Li Zongbao, was also killed by the sword cultivators. Greetings, Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Xiao. Although Yi Bei of the Changbai sect did not have the highest cultivation among the disciples of the Changbai sect, he had helped Li Zongbao in the karst cave. Now he had gained the support of many disciples of the Changbai sect. Moreover, the disciples of the Changbai sect were protected by the sword origin, and there were more survivors than the Utopia faction and the Cool Breeze Valley. Without Li Zongbao's command, he was the leader of these disciples. However, when he saw Li Zongbao and the other two, he hurried forward to salute them and thank them for saving his life. Li Zongbao hurriedly helped him up and said, "My sect's martial uncle Chu Hui, your sect's martial uncle Li Feiyu, and Cool Breeze Valley's martial uncle Su Bo have all fallen. When I was collecting martial uncle Chu Hui's corpse, I found martial uncle Li Feiyu's corpse and storage pouch. I will return these items to Junior Brother Yi." As he spoke, Li Zongbao was about to take out his storage bag. Yi Bei looked sad, but then he waved his hand and said, "Senior Brother Li, don't worry. It's not safe to leave Uncle Li's body with me. Why don't you take the bodies of the three Uncle Xie Hui and bring them back to the Sky Patrol City?" Li Zongbao thought for a while and nodded. Then, Li Zongbao asked curiously, "Junior Brother Yi, you mean, you can't go back to the Sky Patrol City with me?" Yi Bei smiled bitterly and looked at the others. He said, "That's right. We are not like Senior Brother Li and the two Senior Brothers Xiao. We were ordered to attack the spiritual stone mine in the flowing ice valley. It would be best if we could conquer it. Even if we couldn't, we had to find out the strength of the swordsmen in the flowing ice valley. Then, we had to wait for further orders in the flowing ice valley. Just now, when I received your message, I had already sent the disciples of my faction, and the disciples of your faction and the Cool Breeze Valley according to the previous arrangement. We just need to wait for orders." "I see." Li Zongbao nodded slightly. He understood that there were further arrangements in the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City. However, he had not heard Chu Hui mention it. Apparently, Chu Hui did not intend to leave Li Zongbao there. After all, Li Zongbao's purpose was to kill Qin Jian. Alas, it was supposed to be a smooth attack. Yi Bei looked at the cultivators who were sitting cross-legged and taking elixirs to adjust their qi circulation. He sighed and said, "But who knew that there would be so many twists and turns? First, we were at a disadvantage. When the three senior brothers turned the tide, we encountered the spirit-binding juice. After the three senior brothers used their divine skills to rescue us from the underground karst cave, we actually met the fiend Qin Jian. Not to mention the death of the three Gold Core Realm seniors, the three factions lost thousands of disciples. There were more than 30,000 disciples who attacked the flowing ice valley that day. Today, there are only about 10,000 disciples left." Then, Yi Bei looked at the distant sky. There were already some dark clouds. He said worriedly, "This place is still close to the flowing ice valley. If Qin Jian chases after us, it will be inappropriate. Let's retreat. According to the plan, there will be disciples from the Sky Patrol City hundreds of miles ahead." Speaking of this, Yi Bei hesitated again. "By the way, if we retreat and attract Qin Jian's attention, it will be inappropriate to lead the swordsmen there." "Ha, don't worry," Xiao Mao said with a smile. "I'm afraid that Qin Jian will not be able to catch up with us in this lifetime." "Ah!" Yi Bei was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. He looked at Li Zongbao in disbelief and said hurriedly, "Senior Brother Li, what does Senior Brother Xiao mean?" "That's right. Qin Jian was seriously injured under the fierce attacks of Martial Uncle Chu Hui and Martial Uncle Su Bo. He chased after the three of us, but he fell into my trap. Junior Brother Xiao and I joined forces to kill him. This is considered as revenge for the three martial uncles," Li Zongbao said calmly. Li Zongbao's voice wasn't loud, but it was thunderous. Everyone was like Yi Bei, looking at Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao in disbelief. They almost didn't dare to believe their own ears. Li Zongbai looked at the demoralized cultivators. He clapped his hands and took out half of Qin Jian's head. He raised his hands and said, "Look, Qin Jian's dog head is in my hands. My fellow cultivators, the senior brothers and junior brothers who died in the flowing ice valley can rest in peace." Boom. The crowd could not help but murmur. The whole place was in chaos. All the cultivators who were meditating opened their eyes. The demoralized cultivators were suddenly reignited. Senior brother Li's cultivation is really high. He has really made our Utopia faction proud. The disciples of the Utopia faction shouted at the side. The disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley also clamored. Senior brother Xiao Hua, senior brother Xiao Mao's cultivation is really high. I admire you so much. Li Zongbao watched the crowd clamor as all the flattering words flowed past his ears. Moments later, he kept Qin Jian's head into his storage bag and said in a clear voice, "Qin Jian's cultivation is indeed extraordinary and the ambush he set up is also formidable." However, he was still unable to escape from the magical treasures of our Dao sect disciples. We are merely at the advanced foundation establishment stage and we are able to kill him. There is no need for the Jindan stage elders in the discussion hall to act. What does this mean? The swordsman will lose, and we cultivators will win. The disciples of the Utopia faction shouted. Exactly. Li Zongbao raised his hand and shouted, "Kill Qin Jian, kill the sword cultivators, kill our way through the sword catacomb, and kill our way into the Heng country. Our Dao sect will win. Kill Qin Jian, our Dao sect will win." Li Zongbao's words were really well received. All the cultivators raised their arms and shouted. The shouts of more than 10,000 cultivators resounded through the heavens and earth. Even though there was no echo in the snowfield, the momentum was really shocking. Damn it. Even though Xiao Hua was a little depressed after the big battle, he was instantly infected by the cheers of the 10,000 cultivators. He was a little excited. The crowd waited for the time it took to eat a meal before Li Zongbao calmed them down. After they calmed down a little, they arranged themselves according to the division of their sects and the arrangement of their teams. They formed a certain formation to rest and adjust their breathing. The other 3 sects, other than Yi Bei of the Changbai sect, chose another 2 disciples to be the commanders. Chapter 25-43. Qin Jian was killed, and the sword cultivators in the spiritual stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley were also injured. The swordsmen won't come after us. Li Zongbao saw that the situation was stable and said, "Junior brothers Xiao and I will not stay here any longer. We'll leave the tens of thousands of disciples to you. Junior brothers, please discuss things carefully and don't be impulsive." "Yes, we understand." Yi Bei looked at the 2 of them and smiled. "Senior brother Li, don't worry. Since there are follow-up arrangements in the meeting hall, we won't have to wait here for too long. Besides, senior brother Li and the 2 senior brothers Xiao have killed Qin Jian. Even if you're not here, the sword cultivators won't dare to attack." That's true. Junior brother Ye's words make sense. Thinking of Xiao Hua standing in Flowing Ice Valley, the sword cultivators all retreated. The swordsmen didn't know that the 3 of them had left, so they wouldn't dare to attack. Li Zongbao nodded and replied, "In that case, we'll return to Sky Patrol City. You'd better be careful." "Yes, farewell, senior brothers." The 3 elders in the later stage of foundation establishment had white hair and beards, but they didn't dare to be negligent in the face of the 3 people who could kill Qin Jian. They bowed and sent them off. Seeing the 3 of them fly away, the cultivators' eyes were filled with admiration. At the same time, the sense of security they had just gained faded away. Xiao Hua and the other 2 flew back to Sky Patrol City from Flowing Ice Valley. In just 2 days, they met 3 groups of Taoist cultivators who were heading towards Huan Kingdom. They were disciples from Meng Kingdom and Lian Kingdom. There were many of them, and the cultivators who led the group were in the early and middle stage of the Golden Core realm. It seemed that they were going to make a final attack on the swordsmen of Huan Kingdom. Li Zongbao also found out that one of the groups was heading toward the Flowing Ice Valley. The disciples of the Utopia faction, the Changbai faction, and the Cool Breeze Valley were with them. As for how to attack and where to attack, Li Zongbao didn't ask much. Apparently, the middle-stage Golden Core Realm Master who was leading the group wouldn't tell them. After flying for a few more days, Xiaohua was surprised and whispered, "Senior Brother Li, I feel that something is wrong." But Li Zongbao asked. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua muttered, "I remember that when we were on our way here, we met many Huan Kingdom swordsmen. Although their cultivation levels varied, they seemed to be obstructing us. However, when we returned to Sky Patrol City today, we did not meet any swordsmen. It's really strange." Li Zongbao smiled and said, "Can't you see that the Dao sect cultivators have already gathered in groups and are about to launch a fierce attack on the sword cultivators? Our Dao sect's cultivators do not hide their tracks, and I'm sure that they have already detected us. Therefore, they must have gathered and prepared to face the enemy. Therefore, there are very few disciples patrolling the area, and I don't even see them. Perhaps, after this battle, according to the changes in the battlefield, there will be other unforeseen events." But Xiaohua was skeptical, but he knew that he was not as good as Li Zongbao in this aspect, so he did not ask any more questions. On the return journey, Xiaomao continued to operate the flowing cloud flying ship. Xiaohua sat cross-legged, sometimes closing his eyes, sometimes deep in thought, as if he was thinking of something, but also as if he was concentrating on comprehending something. As for Li Zongbao, after seeing Xiaohua's true strength, he spoke even less than before. However, his attitude towards Xiaohua was not overly respectful because of this. He said what he should say, and also called him Junior Brother Xiao. After more than 10 days, the Sky Patrol City was in sight. Before Xiaohua could stop them, Li Zongbao asked Xiaomao to stop the airship. Then he looked at Xiaohua and said, "Junior Brother Xiao, this Sky Patrol City, you don't have to enter. You can fly faster than us and you have this flowing cloud airship with you. It should be good for you to pass some messages. I will send you to the north of the Sky Patrol City and inform the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Utopia faction about the battle in the Flowing Ice Valley and the Seven Extremes Mountains. What do you think?" Xiaohua knew Li Zongbao's intention. He said with a smile, "Senior Brother Li, how can I disobey your order? I will set off now. I just don't know, how can I report to Senior Brother Li after I complete the task?" Li Zongbao disagreed and said, "After the battle in Flowing Ice Valley, our team of 3 will definitely be famous in Sky Patrol City. At that time, you only need to tell them your name or someone's name. Which disciple won't know? After you complete the task, you just need to find Xiaomao and me." Xiaohua understood Li Zongbao's sincerity. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Li. I will definitely complete the task." "Okay, you can kill the swordsman." Li Zongbao nodded. "The credit is not only yours, but also the credit of the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect." "I understand." Xiaohua nodded. Then Li Zongbao waved his hand and flew up. Xiaomao bowed to Xiaohua and flew up after him. "Oh, by the way, Xiaomao, I have something to tell you." Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and whispered. Xiaomao stood in the air and listened to Xiaohua's words. He said, "Big brother, please don't worry. I will bring the message. Be careful." After that, Xiaomao urged his magic power and caught up with Li Zongbao who had flown far away. They found a hidden transmission array and were transmitted back to the Sky Patrol City together. Seeing the 2 figures disappear, Xiaohua smiled and released his divine thought. After looking for a moment, he controlled the flowing cloud flying boat to fly to a place. Xiaohua controlled the flying boat to land in a low-lying place. He kept the flying boat and set up a rabbit array. He sat cross-legged and waited quietly. Time passed quickly. Seeing that there was no movement within 100 miles, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a flying sword from the space. This flying sword was very strange. It was only as thick as a little finger and only 1 foot long. There were golden threads flashing on it as if it was condensed from a lot of golden threads. "Is this the invisible sword?" Looking at the invisible golden thread sword floating in the air, Xiaohua scanned it with his divine thought. He felt that there was a strange fluctuation in the golden thread sword that seemed to be able to block his divine thought. However, Xiaohua did not know what kind of fluctuation it was. Was it because of the runes or the material? It's a pity that Qin Jian blew himself up. Not to mention the other 3 flying swords, he didn't even leave the sword bamboo slip behind. Sigh, it's a loss. Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed that the opponents he encountered were getting more and more powerful, and they more or less had life-saving means. Even if his means were not good, he still wanted to drag Xiaohua down with him and perish together with him. Compared to the fruitful results from the previous battles, this was not worth it. This golden thread sword looks very strange. I can't use it. It's really depressing. Xiaohua thought and waved his hand. The sword light on the golden thread sword emitted a strong golden brilliance, and then it was annihilated. It was Xiaohua who killed Qin Jian's primordial spirit in the golden thread sword. If Xiaohua refined the golden thread sword, he would have to kill the sword spirit in it. Then, the golden thread sword would turn into a sword pill. When Xiaohua planted it into his primordial spirit, the golden thread sword would become Xiaohua's flying sword, just like the dream executioner. However, Xiaohua had the Devil Realm's concealment technique, so he didn't really need to rely on the invisible sword to become invisible. Moreover, he already had 7 sword orbs in his Buddha fire that were still being nurtured. Adding another sword orb now really didn't have much meaning. He only needed to control the invisible sword and be able to kill people invisibly. He did not need to spend a lot of effort to nurture the sword. Maybe one day I will meet that little girl Guyu and get the method to use the invisible sword from her. Xiaohua's face revealed an indescribable expression. That's right, what was the deal with Qin Jian's flying sword at the end? Xiaohua looked into the distance again, but there was no movement. He put away the golden silk sword, and his consciousness entered the mysterious dark clouds. He thought to himself, it can actually directly kill a soul. This young master's protective golden light didn't have any reaction at all. This is really too scary. If I did not meet Little White in the Yinyang Two Springs Mountain, my life would have been gone. Karma, karma, this is karma. Xiaohua sighed and had already entered the heaven ring. But at this moment, Huan Qi still had that kind of hazy appearance of moonlight. In the horizon, the half-moon was faint like an eyebrow, sprinkling its emerald splendor all over. A kind of faint tranquility enveloped the entire Huan Qi sky, straight to the point that it was like a quiet night somewhere in Dawn Rain continent. And in this tranquil night sky, a dragon body about 1 zhang long emitted a faint white light and danced without restraint, as if the entire sky was his. Dragon dances 9 heavens, Xiaohua's mind saw and immediately gave birth to a thought. Near the dragon body, Xiaohua's primordial spirit also danced without restraint. Above the primordial spirit, there were many soul strands. These soul strands were very strange. Some slowly elongated, some quickly danced, and even more disappeared in a flash, as if they had grown out of the primordial spirit and were immediately annihilated. Little White Dragon's soul seems to have condensed a lot. This white light was also not there before. Although it looked very faint, there is an essential difference. Xiaohua looked at it and understood. Moreover, with the Little White Dragon's soul accompanying me, this little master's primordial spirit has improved by quite a bit. Not to mention a few years, even if it's just 1 or 2 years. I should be able to break through. Of course, this twilight moon seems to have dimmed a lot. Little White's voice sounded. Oh, you can sense it? Xiaohua was surprised. Little White's current situation was more similar to Little Yellow's. Yes, just now, what happened? Little White's voice was still tired. How did a soul sword pierce in? Soul sword? Xiaohua understood and said again, it was an opponent of a sword cultivator. Sword cultivator? Little White did not understand and said, is there still something like the moon? In a while it will be used up. There is. Xiaohua said with a smile, how many do you want? I will give you. Chapter 2544. As he spoke, Xiaohua took out another piece of the twilight moon and sent it into the heaven ring. Strangely enough, as soon as this full moon entered the heaven ring, it immediately merged with the previous crescent moon, illuminating the entire heaven ring. Very good, Whitey said and shook its dragon body again. That faint white light flickered along with the fluctuation. Many thanks, Whitey. Xiaohua did not want to disturb Whitey any longer and was about to leave the sky. Thanks? Xiaohua, you are too polite. Whitey said in a low voice, I can't wait to have more of these things. Don't. Xiaohua's heart still had lingering fear and almost wanted to wave his hand. If there are too many of these things, my little heart will not be able to take it. All right, you can cultivate. If this full moon is gone, try calling me, maybe I can hear you. Xiaohua prepared to leave. I know. Whitey's dragon head shook slightly. Oh, right, there are some things in this soul sword that are hard to chew. I will leave it to you. Don't resist. As it spoke, a jade-green crystal thread flashed from Whitey's dragon head and slowly shot toward Xiaohua's primordial spirit. But Xiaohua's primordial spirit stopped dancing and waited for the crystal thread to enter his primordial spirit. A jade-green light flashed and Xiaohua immediately felt that many things appeared in his mind. After leaving the sky and carefully inspecting these things, Xiaohua was almost overjoyed. It turned out that these were all Qin Jian sword techniques. Not to mention the method to control the formless golden thread sword, even the control of the 4-division sword formation, how to connect the flying swords, how to speed up, how to condense the soul sword were all detailed. What made Xiaohua the happiest was that Qin Jian actually had the primordial spirit sword technique. It was also the secret sword technique that he had been looking for. This young master understands. Xiaohua was wild with joy when he saw so many things. After a long while, he came to his senses. This soul sword is condensed from the soul, so it must have Qin Jian's memories. This soul sword was actually swallowed by Whitey, and Qin Jian's memories were also obtained by Whitey. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. That's right. It's probably because most of Qin Jian's soul has been devoured that Qin Jian's soul can't completely fuse with his flying sword. That's why he can't maintain his flying sword form for long. That's why he can't maintain his flying sword form after he self-destructed. That's why he reverted back to his fleshly body. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Fine. Xiaohua sighed. If I hadn't saved the little white dragon's soul, how could I have obtained these things? The primordial spirit sword controlling technique. I'll take a look at these first. After saying that, Xiaohua closed his eyes and calmed himself down to comprehend the secret technique he had always wanted. However, at this moment, a loud rumbling sound could be heard from the direction of Sky Patrol City. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Could it be that something happened in Sky Patrol City? When Xiaohua looked over, he saw smoke rising into the sky from the direction of Sky Patrol City. Many flying boats were flying toward him. Behind the flying boats, there were figures of cultivators from various sects flying out of Sky Patrol City. There's something going on in the conference hall again. Xiaohua immediately thought of what Li Zongbao said and thought to himself, after this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, I'm afraid that the Sword Transformation Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators will come to the vicinity of Sky Patrol City. Damn it, I've killed so many illusory swords. Will those Sword Transformation Realm cultivators come after me? And that old ghost, Jing Ran, should be coming too. Others are looking forward to the arrival of the Nascent Soul Realm cultivators, but I'm scared. Thinking that the battle had finally reached the second stage and the Nascent Soul Realm cultivators were finally coming, Xiaohua's heart felt heavy. What will come will come. Time is like the morning sun, it can only move forward. Xiaohua sighed. Hiding in the formation, he was not in the mood to cultivate. Looking at the many flying boats flying over his head and the disciples of various sects, he thought to himself. However, right at this moment, an extremely small thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Time is like the sun, it can only move forward? If light can be reversed, then can time be reversed? Of course, this thought only flashed in his mind. time flow backward? What kind of magical power was that? At this moment, in Xiaohua's mind, this was just a guess. He did not even think that such a powerful person could exist in this time. This was simply illogical. It actually took an hour for all the cultivators to fly over. The number of cultivators was so large that it really made Xiaohua astonished. Maybe. While Xiaohua was hesitating, a figure flew over from the direction of Sky Patrol City. He flew very slowly and his divine sense swept left and right as if he was looking for something. You're finally here. Seeing this, Xiaohua removed the formation and flew into the air. The person who came was Bai Fengliang, whom Xiaohua had asked Xiao Mao to look for. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Bai Fengliang saw Xiaohua hurriedly fly over and hurriedly bowed. It's really troublesome to leave the city today. I'm late, please forgive me. It's okay. Xiaohua had just seen the cultivators of the Dao sect leave the city. Of course, he knew that it was difficult for Bai Fengliang to come out of Sky Patrol City. He waved his hand and smiled. How's the thing I asked you to prepare? I'll let you know. Now that the Golden Core disciples of various sects have gathered in Sky Patrol City, it's quite difficult for our Holy Gate disciples to go in and out. The number of pills sent over is not very large. Bai Fengliang took out a storage bag from his waist and handed it over respectfully. He said, "These are the Holy Gate disciples from various big cities. Please check." Hearing Bai Fengliang mention the difficulty, Xiaohua knew that there were not many pills in the bag. However, when he took a look, he was shocked. There were nearly 400 Qianli pills and even dozens of Huayuan pills. Oh my, this is still not a lot. Bai Fengliang paid attention to Xiaohua's expression. Seeing that Xiaohua's expression was not right, he muttered in his heart. He hurriedly smiled and said, "However, I've already told the other disciples that this is specially designated by the sect leader's order. They must spare no expense in terms of money and manpower. No need." Xiaohua estimated that he had used 360 building foundation dawn to build his foundation. Even if he had condensed his core, he would not have used more than 360 building foundation dawn. There were nearly 500 dry separation dawn here, which should be enough. These dawn are already enough. You can pass down the sect leader's order that there is no need to collect these pills. Yes, I understand. Bai Fengliang let out a long breath. With Xiaohua's words, his task was completed, and it was completed perfectly. Now that all the Golden Core cultivators have gathered in Sky Patrol City, and I just saw a lot of Dao sect disciples coming out of the city. I'm afraid that there will be a war between Huan country and Shi country. You're not safe here, so it's better for you to leave early. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "With the message talisman that I gave you, I'm sure you'll be rewarded handsomely. Thank you for your generous gift, Brother Xiao." Bai Fengliang bowed and thanked him. Then he asked hesitantly, "I just don't know, the previous agreement between me and Brother Xiao, you and I have an agreement? Why didn't I know about it?" Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, I was muddle-headed. Bai Fengliang hurriedly smiled. He scanned the surroundings with his divine thought and said in a low voice, "I'll leave Sky Patrol City now. However, I received news a few days ago that my Holy Gate might be making a big move. As for where it is, I don't know." That's enough. Xiaohua waved his hand. "This is your business, it has nothing to do with me. If there's nothing else, I have to go somewhere else. Brother Bai, we'll meet again if fate wills it." "Yes, I'll see you off." Bai Fengliang said with a smile. "The war between Dao and sword is very dangerous. I hope you take care of yourself. I look forward to the day when you're pregnant." I'll borrow fellow Taoist Bai's auspicious words. If that day ever comes, I'll definitely remember what fellow Taoist Bai has done for me. Xiaohua laughed as he flew up into the air. He cupped his hands towards Bai Fengliang before turning around and leaving. Unfortunately, Xiaohua did not know that he would never be able to see Bai Fengliang again, even if he was pregnant. After all, Bai Fengliang knew the relationship between Xiaohua and Zhang Qingxiao. Xiaohua was kind-hearted and would not be ruthless to Bai Fengliang, but why would Zhang Qingxiao care about this? He would do anything to protect his loved ones. In the past, it was Xiao Yuehong and the others. Now it was Xiao Xinrui. Since Xiao Hua admitted that he was Shang Huaming's disciple, he would never allow any element that could threaten Xiao Hua. What's more, Xiao Hua's usefulness to him was more than the value of a junior brother. By Feng Liang, a rogue cultivator who had bitterly pursued cultivation, finally had the opportunity to reach the foundation establishment stage and cultivate. However, because of a simple mission, all of his efforts had gone to waste and he had lost his life. He was like a wave in flowing ice valley, only surging under the sun for a moment before falling back into the river, never to be seen again. Some people have destinies, but their destinies are not in their hands. My destiny is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. Sometimes it is a self-comforting joke. Xiao Hua flew into the air. He did not know that a cultivator who had been bitterly pursuing cultivation had decided his fate just because he saw him. He only needed to identify the direction slightly before he flew towards the northwest. After all, to him, a direction was just a direction. He would only stop when it was about time to search for his destination in detail. Along the way, what he needed to do was to comprehend the primordial spirit sword controlling technique. Xiao Hua did not need to rely on the primordial spirit to control the sword, but he needed the primordial spirit sword controlling technique. He wanted to learn from this technique so that his primordial spirit could do something in the space and not just be a passerby. The primordial spirit sword controlling technique was a secret technique that could be cultivated by swordsmen. It was not easy to comprehend. Not to mention Xiao Hua, who was pondering and comprehending along the way, there was a lot of discussion in the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City. Today's shift was Heng Heng from the Utopia faction. Heng Heng's face was expressionless, but he was a little indifferent. He sat on the futon and glanced at the gold core cultivators. Chapter 2545. When the discussion died down, Heng Feng coughed twice and said, "Fellow cultivators, according to our previous discussion, we have sent out more than half of the disciples from the 300 sects in Sky Patrol City. As for the remaining disciples, we will wait for more than 10 days for more accurate information. Then we will lead them directly into the Huan Kingdom. The days when we sit in the conference hall are about to end. Alas, I really want to see where that arrogant Qin Jian is. Our nascent soul stage masters are about to arrive, but this guy has not been killed yet. How shameful!" "Humph, fellow cultivator Heng Ming." Wang Yi sneered. According to the latest news, Qin Jian's cultivation is at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword stage. His attack is comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Do you think you can take it safely? Heng Feng knew that Wang Yi from the 7 Skills sect was unhappy about his renting the flowing cloud airship, so he objected. However, he did not care and said with a smile, "Even if Qin Jian's attack is comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator, it is only a casual attack from a nascent soul stage cultivator. I am not talented, so how can I not dodge it? Besides, I am not as stupid as some people who do not use their strengths and give their weaknesses to others. I have magic weapons, spells, and talismans that can attack Qin Jian. Why should I fight him head-on?" Alas, the disciples of the 7 Skills sect have foresight. We will not do something like throwing an egg against a rock. Wang Yi stretched his back and said, "Unlike some people who clamored to kill Qin Jian the moment they stepped out. It has been so many years, but they did not even touch a hair of Qin Jian's. I don't know if they are really capable." Speaking of this, Wang Yi suddenly realized something. He patted his forehead and said, "Oh right, I forgot. How can the so-called number 1 cultivator below the golden core stage compete with an illusory swordsman? Everything is just a gimmick." Wang Yi. Heng Zhao was enraged. Our Utopia faction finally has some people with backbone who dared to kill Qin Jian. And, after all, we did it. How can we compare to your 7 Skills sect? Your flying boat fell into the hands of a sword cultivator and was taken back by a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. You still have the audacity to demand it back. Haha, so it wasn't a disciple of the Utopia faction who stole the flying boat. Wang Yi laughed instead of getting angry. "Fellow Taoists." The Taiqing sect's De Sun said with dissatisfaction, The conference hall is a place where the cultivators of the three states discuss matters. It is not a place where the various sects quarrel. Today is fellow Taoist Heng Ming's turn, so how can there be no rules? Heng Ji's expression froze as he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist De Sun. I have some surging qi and blood today, and I feel that something is wrong. I have indeed lost my composure." Is it about the dispatch of the disciples of the various sects? De Sun asked hastily. He didn't dare to be careless when he heard Heng Teng's words. Heng Teng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked around and asked, "I don't know, so I wanted to ask for your opinion just now." Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, you worry too much. We have already made ample preparations before. We launched a surprise attack on the spirit stone veins occupied by the sword cultivators, as well as some of their strongholds. Now, the battle reports from various places have already come in, and the distribution of the sword cultivators' forces has gradually become clear. Just now, fellow Taoist Heng Ming sent out the troops with great discretion, completely in line with our previous discussion. The half of the disciples that were sent out just now were the vanguard, and we will bring the other half of the disciples as the backup, to make up for the loopholes of the first batch of disciples. Isn't this the same as killing the sword cultivators without leaving a single one alive? Fellow Taoist Lu, you are too optimistic. De Sun shook his head and said, "According to the previous news, the sword cultivators have also perceived our scheme, and it seems that they are once again dispatching swordsmen from the Huan Kingdom. Aren't there already many level 6 swordsmen in the strongholds of the sword cultivators? According to the report, they are all decisive and ruthless people. According to this old man's conjecture, they should have been dispatched from the place where the sword cultivators and soul cultivators are fighting. Say, these sword cultivators also deserve to die. Over there they are fighting with soul cultivators, and over here they are fighting with us cultivators. They are really too idle. Fellow Taoist Yuan is wrong. If they don't fight with us cultivators, how can they train swordsmen? How can they seize the spirit stone veins?" AI, fellow Taoist Su still didn't get to the point. Ko Xiangling of the Yeni sect chuckled and said, "This war is different from the past. The sword cultivators are not only training swordsmen, but more importantly, seizing the spirit stone veins. Now that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has changed, the spirit stone veins of our Dawn Rain continent are rare, and their Huan Kingdom spirit stone veins aren't enough, so they can only come to the Shi Kingdom and the Lian Kingdom to seize the spirit stone veins. Hee, it's good that we saw the opportunity early. Just at the beginning of the war, we sent disciples to strengthen the defense of the spirit stone veins. Except for some small veins that were seized by the sword cultivators, the other spirit stone veins are safe and sound." De Sun said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Ko is right. Heng Lu nodded. From the information we received, the sword cultivators placed many disciples in the spirit stone veins, far more than their strongholds. If their goal isn't the spirit stone veins, even if you beat me to death, I won't believe it. Yes, the battle report from the Feng Meng mountain range of the Lian Kingdom has also been sent. The number of swordsmen there is much less than at the beginning of the war. They must have been transferred to the Shi Kingdom. The Feng Meng mountain range of the Lian Kingdom doesn't have any spirit stone veins. The Huan Kingdom swordsmen placed their swordsmen there to create a diversion so that we wouldn't know that they wanted to seize the spirit stone veins. Huang Feng of the exotic beast sect interrupted. So the Lian Kingdom's disciples stationed in the Feng Meng mountain range didn't suffer a great loss. Li Jijie of the Changbai sect suddenly said, "For this war, shouldn't we transfer more disciples from the Lian Kingdom?" When Heng Lu heard this, he was a little unhappy and said coldly, "The disciples of the Lian Kingdom are very familiar with the Feng Meng mountain range. If it were the disciples of the Shi Kingdom or the Meng Kingdom, I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate, right? Besides, the disciples of the Utopia faction, the Kunlun sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley are all fighting against the sword cultivators in the Huan Kingdom, right? They aren't any worse than your Changbai sect's disciples." Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, De Sun reminded again, in the meeting hall, We have to discuss the matter as it is, don't mention specific sects. Now that half of the disciples in the Sky Patrol City have been transferred to attack the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom, shouldn't we report the latest battle report and the situation to our respective sects? Yes, Hung Lu was a little embarrassed and nodded. That's the right thing to do. Then, Hung Lu transmitted his voice to Xiong Huasong. Fellow Taoist Xiong, how's the big formation you set up in the sword catacomb? Haha, I'll let you know. Xiong Huasong glanced at the golden core cultivators on duty in the meeting hall and transmitted his voice back. Fellow Taoist, do you know about the Grand 10 Forces Annihilation Formation? This? Hung Lu gasped and said, that's the legendary ominous formation of my Taoist sect. Could it be that the Black Heaven sect still has this formation? How is that possible? Xiong Huasong laughed. If the Black Heaven sect had this formation, wouldn't it have dominated the Meng Kingdom long ago? Haha, fellow Taoist, don't think too much. After our last meeting, I sent my trusted disciples to transfer the last batch of disciples to the vicinity of the sword catacomb with the order of the meeting hall. I dare to pat my chest and guarantee that this transfer will be done secretly. Not only the Sky Patrol City won't be able to find out, even the sword cultivators won't be able to find out. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Xiong. Heng Lu nodded and said. Moreover, I secretly contacted the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, Fairy Fian, at the station of the Black Heaven sect and obtained her approval. She even repaired the incomplete map of the Grand 10 Forces Annihilation Formation, which is also known as the Minor Grand 10 Forces Annihilation Formation, and she gave it to me. Haha, I've already started it and handed it over to my disciples to coordinate with the disciples of the 10 sects to set it up. Once the matter here is settled, all of you will head to the sword catacomb for the war. Regardless of the result of the war, let's set up this Grand 10 Forces Annihilation Formation first. Great! Hung Lu nodded with a smile and transmitted the situation to the golden core cultivators of the 10 sects. Hearing that there was a backup plan, everyone was slightly relieved. However, there was another piece of news that surprised everyone in the meeting hall. Yuan Zhongyu of the Kunlun sect said, I have a piece of news that I'm afraid will shock everyone. Hung Lu asked curiously, could it be that the sword cultivators have some new movements? Yuan Zhongyu nodded with an extremely serious expression. That's right. My Kunlun sect disciples went to the northern clear cave to investigate the strength of the sword cultivators. When some of the disciples were being chased by the sword cultivators, they discovered that the sword cultivators had built a huge ice wall near the Zhao family of the clear cave. The sword cultivators had built a huge ice wall, and inside the wall was a large city. The interior of the ice city was extremely simple, but the area covered by the ice city was very large. It was probably the gathering place of the sword cultivators nearby. Of course, they couldn't see clearly how many sword cultivators there were in the ice city in their panic. They estimated that there were more than 100,000 of them. That's what I said. Dasun of the Taiching sect snorted coldly. Back then, when the sword cultivators invaded my Dao sect, the first thing they did was to destroy the Zhao family of the clear cave. I found it suspicious. So, that's what they were planning. The terrain of the clear cave is dangerous and easy to defend but hard to attack. It's suitable to be a stronghold for the sword cultivators. Yes, with fellow Yuan's news, we naturally understand why the sword cultivators had been hiding for so many years. Hung Lu nodded and said, this so-called ice city must have more than 100,000 sword cultivators. We must send enough disciples to destroy this stronghold. That's right. Yuan Zhongyu cupped his hands and said, my Kunlun sect is willing to be the main force in this attack on the ice city. Good. Hung Lu clapped and looked at the others. Which other sects are willing to go? Immediately, a few other sects, including the Imperial Thunder sect, voiced their agreement. Hung Lu and the others discussed for a while and decided. When the matter of the sword cultivators suddenly appearing in the ice city was over, Zhu Jun of the Cool Breeze Valley hesitated and said in a low voice, Fellow Heng Ming, the disciples that my Cool Breeze Valley sent to the flowing ice valley have not sent any specific information. Chapter 2546. Hey, it's okay. There are disciples from the Utopia faction and the Changbai sect, as well as Ai's junior brother leading the team. There won't be any problems. Heng Ming smiled. Besides, the flowing ice valley is not a special place. What kind of battle can there be? Needless to say, it was still the same as before. Cultivators with high cultivation were not necessarily good at arranging troops. If Tu Hong was here, he would not have said so. Well, even if he said so, many cultivators would not agree. After all, the flowing ice valley used to be the spiritual stone mine of the Sky Patrol City. Who knew if Tu Hong had any selfish motives? Besides, Cultivator Qian Mo and Cultivator Peng Dai have not returned yet. Ji Hong of the Bright Leaf sect reminded. Ko Xiangling of the Yongyi sect also muttered, there is no news about the disciples of the Yongyi sect, the Mozong Mountain, the Imperial Thunder sect, and the Huanhua sect who went to the Seven Extremes Mountains. The two spiritual stone mines of the Sky Patrol City are really far away from the Sky Patrol City. Heng Ming smiled bitterly. These two spiritual stone mines are just very small. How many swordsmen can there be? While they were talking, they saw a flash of brilliance in the middle of the meeting hall. Oh, speak of fellow Taoist Qian, and fellow Taoist Qian will arrive. Heng Ming waved his hand and the brilliance gradually solidified. It was Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect and Peng Dai of the Su Yen sect. Both of you have worked hard. Seeing Qian Mo's unfriendly face and even a little frown, Heng Ming's heart skipped a beat. Although he said that, he muttered in his heart, could it be that my uneasiness has something to do with Li Qingshu? It's not hard. It's a pity that we still can't do anything. Qian Mo glanced at Peng Dai. The two of them sat back on the futon and said, we only found the place where Li Qingshu died. As for how Cultivator Li died and who killed him, we have no clue at all. Where did Cultivator Li die? Heng Ming frowned and asked hurriedly, is there no trace of him nearby? Fellow Taoist Li died in the northwest of Sky Patrol City. It's called Prison Dragon Ridge. There aren't any sword cultivator strongholds nearby, let alone spirit stone veins. Peng Dai looked at Qian Mo and replied, if I were to force myself to say it, there is a spirit stone mine of the Shanghua sect in the west, a Seven Extremes ridge in the north, which can be considered a spirit stone mine. In the northwest, there are more than 10 sword cultivator strongholds. However, those settlements and mines were too far away from the place where fellow cultivator Li perished. Even in that place, a swordsman of the third grade of the illusory sword realm might appear. Fellow Taoist Peng, can you explain in more detail? Heng Li was baffled. All right, fellow Taoist Heng Ming knows. Peng Dai glanced at Qian Mo and said, I and fellow Taoist Qian brought the conference hall token, but we didn't find any records of fellow Taoist Li's teleportation in the Sky Patrol City's teleportation array. It seems that fellow Taoist Li must have left through the city gate. However, fellow Taoist Heng Ming should know that the Sky Patrol City's gate guards don't record any exits. We asked a lot of city guards and finally got some clues. However, after we flew out, we didn't find any signs left behind by fellow Taoist Li. Later, fellow Taoist Qian was careful and used the secret technique of the Imperial Thunder sect. Through the protection talisman given by fellow Taoist Qian's sect, we found fellow Taoist Li's aura in Prison Dragon Ridge. As for the place where fellow Taoist Li perished, it was between several mountain peaks in Prison Dragon Ridge. The place was severely damaged by the battle. Moreover, because of fellow Taoist Li's self-explosion, all traces of magic arts disappeared. It was impossible to find. Peng Dai said simply, if there was the secret technique of the immortal music sect, we might be able to find some traces from fellow Taoist Li's aura. However, there are no disciples of the immortal music sect in the late stage of the Gold Core realm in the Sky Patrol City, let alone a nascent Soul Realm master. We can only explore this place. Is there nothing special about it? Da Sun couldn't help but ask, if that's the case, I'm afraid we can't explain it to Fairy Maing Xia. There is something special, but fellow Taoist Qian Mo can explain it to us. Peng Dai glanced at Qian Mo, who was silent. Everyone was surprised and looked at Qian Mo sighed and said, "The place where fellow Taoist Li perished has traces of a magic array. It seems that fellow Taoist Li fell into an ambush and was killed. Purely from this point of view, it should be the work of sword cultivator Qin Jian." Qin Jian actually killed fellow Taoist Li? Heng Ming gasped. "This guy is too arrogant, isn't he? I'm just saying it's possible." Qian Mo declined to comment. In addition to the traces of a magic array, the surrounding water element and fire element spiritual qi of heaven and earth are especially rich. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a magic treasure of innate primordial water or innate primordial fire. However, fellow Taoist Li had already self-exploded. As for his magic treasure, I don't know. Perhaps the innate primordial water and innate primordial fire belonged to his magic treasure. Of course, it could also be a flying sword refined by these two innate items. In that case, there should be two swordsmen of the illusory sword sect who killed fellow Taoist Li. Heng Ming was enlightened. Otherwise, fellow Taoist Li could easily escape from the sword array with the spiritual talismans given by our sect. It's not just that. Qian Mo continued. The place where fellow Taoist Li died seemed to have the aura of another spiritual talisman. It seemed to be made by a nascent soul realm cultivator. Fellow Taoist Li had spiritual talismans made by two nascent soul realm cultivators? This still couldn't escape from Qin Jian's killing. Heng Ming sighed. I wonder what fellow Taoist Li went to Prison Dragon Ridge for? Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, things don't seem to be that simple. Qian Mo didn't answer. Instead, he said, just now, I said that there were traces of a magic array in Prison Dragon Ridge and not a sword array. This means that the magic array was set up by fellow Taoist Li. Perhaps he wanted to kill Qin Jian. Not to mention Li Qingxiu, even all the Golden Core Realm cultivators in the conference hall wanted to kill Qin Jian. If Li Qingxiu was confident, it was possible that he set up another ambush. Anything else? Heng Ming asked. Qian Mo nodded. There's something that I find most inconceivable. What? Everyone's interest was piqued. At the place where fellow Taoist Li died in Prison Dragon Ridge, I found traces of my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple. Qian Mo said slowly. Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple? Why did he go there? Heng Ming asked curiously. Then he realized something. Oh, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple went to Seven Extremes Ridge. I'm afraid he passed by there? After I returned to Sky Patrol City, I went to the station first. Although many disciples were sent out, I still found something strange. Qian Mo glanced at Peng Dai and said, my Earth Thunder Palace's Golden Core disciple, Marshal Kuan, also disappeared mysteriously. According to my contact with the sect, his natal spiritual tablet was broken. Moreover, the time he left the station was about the same time as fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu left Sky Patrol City. Are there any traces of Marshal Kuan's corpse or other traces in Prison Dragon Ridge? No. However, I can sense the strength of a Golden Core Realm disciple through my sect's secret method. Qian Mo shook his head. In addition, we found out too late. More than 10 days have passed. Otherwise, we would have known more. In that case, fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu and fellow Taoist Kuan must have joined forces and set up a Dharma formation in Prison Dragon Ridge to lure Qin Jian or other swordsmen into an ambush. In the end, their magic power was not enough and they were killed by 2 or more swordsmen. Heng Ming frowned and thought for a while before asking tentatively. Yes, that should be the case. Qian Mo nodded. There were also traces of flying swords at the place where fellow Taoist Li died in Prison Dragon Ridge. Especially fellow Taoist Peng, who carefully found some traces of flying swords piercing into the mountain peak more than 1,000 feet away from where fellow Taoist Li died. The flying swords pierced deeply into the mountain peak. They must have been sent flying when the swordsmen were fighting with fellow Taoist Li. Or perhaps they were sent flying when fellow Taoist Li self-destructed. But no matter what, those are flying swords of the swordsmen. It could also be the flying swords of our cultivators. A golden core realm cultivator muttered softly. This fellow Taoist is right, Qian Imo said without hesitation. It could also be an ambush set up by a golden core realm cultivator who had some grudges with fellow Taoist Li. Li Jijie of the Changbai sect did not look good. Speaking of which, other than sword cultivators, the Changbai sect was famous for their flying swords. Although the disciples of other sects had their own flying swords, since it was mentioned in the meeting hall, it was naturally hinting at the Changbai sect. I don't think I have any grudges with fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu, Li Jijie said coldly. And I don't think any disciple of the Changbai sect is a match for fellow Taoist Li. Hee, fellow Taoist Li, you think too much. Qian Imo laughed. These are all guesses, you can't take them seriously. Besides, if there really was a cultivator who wanted to kill fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu, how many people in the Sentry City could be his match? Aren't those who could be his match all sitting in the meeting hall? Li Jijie snorted coldly and did not say anything else. But there's one more thing that I'm puzzled about. Qian Imo said again. I've never heard that Marshal Kuan knew fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu. Marshal Kuan just arrived in the Sentry City. There's nothing strange about this, Heng Li said in a low voice. How can a cultivator's good friend be known by others? Maybe Marshal Kuan already knew Li Qingxiu? Or maybe Marshal Kuan had news about Qin Jian and informed Li Qingxiu, who was good friends with him. At this point, everyone basically understood that only such a conjecture could be closest to reality. By the way, fellow Taoist Qian Imo, the Prison Dragon Ridge that you went to is not very far from the Seven Extremes Mountains. Your disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect went to the Seven Extremes Mountains to check it out. Didn't you go and take a look? Heng Li thought of something and asked in a low voice. Of course I know that my disciples went to the Seven Extremes Mountains. Qian Imo nodded. It should be Qingxing's leader, but I have to investigate fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu's matter. How can I neglect my work for personal reasons? At this point, Qian Imo suddenly realized something. What? There's no news about the Seven Extremes Mountains? Fellow Taoist Qian, you didn't ask when you returned to the station? Heng Li was even more surprised. Chapter 2547. I really didn't ask anything. Qian Imo said seriously, I only checked the whereabouts of some gold core disciples, and then I used a secret technique to contact the sect. Well, thank you, fellow cultivator Qian. Heng Zhao nodded and said, there's no news from Seven Extremes Ridge, and there's no news from Flowing Ice Valley. Alas, fellow cultivator Heng Ming, our sect's communication technique is too backward. Qian Imo sighed. Even the communication between the Sky Patrol City and the sect is fixed. Our sect's disciples are fighting in Huan country, and we can't grasp their whereabouts in time. Heng Zhao smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. Secret techniques such as the communication spell have long been lost in our Xiaoyu continent. The ones that can be used now are left behind from the past. Every sect has racked their brains, but they still can't find these lost secret techniques. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so passive in this war. De Sun smiled and said, Flowing Ice Valley and Seven Extremes Ridge are small places. We sent disciples from the Thunder-controlling sect, the Huanhua sect, the Mozong Mountain, the Yongyi sect, the Utopia faction, the Changbai sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley. There shouldn't be any accidents. Even if we can't defeat them, we can retreat calmly and act according to our previous plan. If we're all defeated, then there's no future plan. There should have been a message from the second batch of disciples. It should be so. Qian Imo nodded. After all, he came back from the Prison Dragon Ridge, and he didn't see the defeated disciples of the Thunder-controlling sect. At this time, the air in the conference hall flashed again, but this time it was different from Qian Mo's. Oh, there's news from the disciples of the Sky Patrol City? Heng Ming frowned slightly. Could it be the situation in Seven Extremes Ridge or Flowing Ice Valley? As he spoke, Heng Zhao let in a guard of the Sky Patrol City, who was in the late stage of Foundation establishment. The guard showed himself and bowed. Master of the conference hall, the disciples of the Sky Patrol City killed more than 10 sword cultivators when they were patrolling outside the city. There's a communication jade slip from the disciples of our sect. I didn't dare to delay, so I brought it here." As he spoke, the disciple took out a few pieces of jade talisman and handed them to Heng Zhao respectfully. Heng Yu took it and opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but he closed it again and waved his hand to signal the city guard to leave. Ever since Tu Hong was assassinated, the Sky Patrol City had expanded the scope of inspection. The area outside the city that the city guard mentioned was no longer within 100 miles at the beginning of the battle. The jade slip might have been found hundreds or even thousands of miles away. Hung Ming wanted to ask where the jade slip was found, but after thinking for a while, he kept quiet. He threw the jade in his hand into the air and cast a few strange seals on it. A moment later, a red light appeared on the jade like a bubble. Once the light disappeared, Heng Heng waved his hand and a jade appeared in his hand. After reading it with his divine sense, he threw it aside. It was clear that he already knew the information inside. When he saw the second jade slip, Heng Zhao's face was filled with surprise and joy. He immediately tossed the jade slip to Qian Mo and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Qian from the Imperial Thunder Sect should take a look at this first. Your Imperial Thunder Sect really gives us a surprise." Then he looked at the rest of the jade slips one by one, but he just skimmed through them and didn't show them to the other cultivators. After Heng Zhao put away the jade slips, he looked up and stared at Qian Mo again. Seeing the surprised look on Qian Mo's face, not only the other cultivators who didn't know the situation, but even Heng Zhao was puzzled. "What? Fellow Taoist Qian, this John Doe, isn't he a disciple sent by the Imperial Thunder Sect this time?" Heng Zhao asked. "Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, fellow Taoist Qian Mo, what's going on?" Peng Dai asked curiously. Among the crowd, there were a few people who said impatiently, "What's going on with the Imperial Thunder Sect? Don't give us any riddles." "Hee, I'll let you all know that our Imperial Thunder Sect, Huanhua Sect, Yongyi Sect, and Mozong Mountain Disciples have won a great victory in the Seven Extremes Ridge. Not only did we expel the Sword Cultivator disciples from the Seven Extremes Ridge, but we also killed 2 second-grade illusory swordsmen. What's more, according to the Jade Slip, there's a late-stage Golden Core senior brother from the Imperial Thunder Sect called John Doe who assisted the Huanhua Sect in killing a second-grade illusory swordswoman. He even killed a suspected third-grade illusory sword weapon cultivator. Unfortunately, this senior brother from the Imperial Thunder Sect doesn't like killing, so he let the group of swordsmen go." "What? When did the Imperial Thunder Sect send a late-stage Golden Core senior brother?" Dasun was surprised. Looking at the crowd's bright and doubtful eyes, Qian Mo smiled bitterly and waved his hand at everyone. "According to what I know, before our sect leader Qian Lazy came to Sky Patrol City, our Imperial Thunder Sect, like the other sects, wouldn't send any late-stage Golden Core disciples. This late-stage Golden Core senior brother named John Doe is definitely not a disciple who participated in this battle. But, according to the Jade Slip, this senior brother is wearing a participating disciple's robe." Heng Li asked, "Fellow Taoist Qian, can you show the Jade Slip to the other fellow Taoists?" Qian Mo hesitated for a moment, then passed the Jade Slip to Huaping from the blazing fire mountain beside him. He bit his lips slightly, thinking about something. His eyebrows were knitted together, showing his deep confusion. "Fellow Taoist Qian?" Heng Li raised his eyebrows. "Do you have something to say? Could it be that this senior brother John Doe is at least surprised from the Imperial Thunder Sect?" "I really don't know." Qian Mo smiled bitterly. "A late-stage Golden Core senior brother is coming to Sky Patrol City. Even if he didn't greet me, I can't blame him. Moreover, he's wearing a participating disciple's robe. I'm afraid he doesn't want others to know his face, right? Hee, John Doe. Doesn't that mean he doesn't have a name?" Huaping finished reading the Jade Slip and passed it to the others. She glanced at Qian Mo and said, "This senior brother is really interesting. Your Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivators are also interesting." "Oh, right, Black Sky Sect's Xiong Huasong thought of something and said, "Speaking of interesting Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivators, I thought of an Imperial Thunder Sect disciple who is known as the Horrifying Phoenix." Horrifying Phoenix? Qian Mo was stunned. When did my Imperial Thunder Sect have such a disciple? Fellow Taoist Qian doesn't know? This time it was Xiong Huasong's turn to be shocked. This horrifying phoenix was something I heard from a participating disciple a year ago. It said that this horrifying phoenix's name is extremely famous among sword cultivators. It's even more famous than Qin Jian. It's almost to the point where sword cultivators tremble in fear upon hearing its name. This? How is this possible? Such a famous name. How can I not know? Qianmo was completely dumbfounded. Such a ferocious Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple should be famous in the sect. How could he not know anything about it? Haha, fellow Taoist Xiong, the name you mentioned is correct, but the rumors are wrong. Kunlun Sect's Yuan Zhongjue also laughed. I also heard about it a year ago. However, this horrifying phoenix is a disciple of an aristocratic family who entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. He has the true bloodline of the phoenix in him. Every time he fights with sword cultivators, he releases his phoenix celestial body. That phoenix celestial body is extremely powerful. All the flying swords of sword cultivators are destroyed by the phoenix celestial body. Moreover, this Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple is extremely cruel. No matter if it's a sword cultivator, 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 or a sword cultivator. Therefore, he's feared by sword cultivators. This. Qianmo's face was burning. He really didn't know that there was such a powerful Imperial Thunder Sect disciple under his command. Now that someone said it in front of him, his old face couldn't bear it anymore. Could it be that fellow Taoist Qian really doesn't know? Hua Ping saw the clue and said curiously, "Such a powerful disciple, I don't think any other disciple in the sect can be a match for him. That's why you didn't mention it and I didn't have the face to mention it. Could it be, who said that no one in our sect can be compared to this horrifying phoenix?" Heng Zhao was displeased. Li Zongbao of the Utopia sect is the strongest person below the Golden Core stage. His cultivation is much higher than this horrifying phoenix. However, he doesn't kill innocent people, so he's not famous. This horrifying phoenix is a Foundation establishment disciple? Qianmo came to his senses and asked anxiously. Yes, I heard that this horrifying phoenix is a disciple in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage. Heng Zhao replied. No, he's obviously a disciple in the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage. Hua Ping corrected. If he's not in the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage, how can he kill the Bright Sword Swordsman? Oh no. Da Sun shook his head. You're all wrong. The horrifying phoenix is a disciple in the early stage of the Foundation establishment stage. It's just that he killed too many sword-bearing disciples, so his reputation gradually spread, making the Bright Sword disciples terrifying. It said that he even killed a few Bright Sword disciples in front of them, so he became famous. Oh, so he's a Foundation establishment disciple. He also killed sword-bearing swordsmen and Bright Sword swordsmen, so it's no wonder that I didn't know. Qianmo heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I'm ashamed to say this, but I really didn't know. I'm afraid that the 8 leaders of the Thunder Palace didn't report it to me because they saw that this disciple was killing all the disciples who were pregnant with swords, which made them feel a little ashamed. Besides, more than a year ago, I was busy with the affairs of the Sky Patrol City, so I didn't know much about the battlefield. When I go back, I'll ask around and bring this mysterious horrifying phoenix to all of you. Damn it, fellow cultivator Qian, your Imperial Thunder Sect is really something. Previously, there was a famous horrifying phoenix, and now there's a mysterious senior brother nameless. Your Imperial Thunder Sect has stolen the limelight from hundreds of other sects. Cheng Ming of the Celestial Ascension sect said with a smile. Let the disciples call the horrifying phoenix here, or ask them who the horrifying phoenix is. Heng Zhao was a little unconvinced. Let me see who the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple who killed the sword-bearing swordsman is. But in fact, Qian Mo was also very curious. He wanted to know who this horrifying phoenix was, so he opened the restriction and called the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple who was on duty. Chapter 2548. After the disciple returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment, Qian Mo said, "From what I've seen, it's not that our Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple is ruthless. This is a battlefield, and any sword cultivator is an enemy, so we can't show mercy. Moreover, this disciple's family should be in the north of the country of Shi, so they're quite familiar with the sword cultivators of the country of Huan. His family also has enmity with sword cultivators, which is why they were so ruthless. How many families with Phoenix bloodline can there be in the Xiaoyu continent?" Da Sun frowned slightly. "After I found out about this, I also thought about it. The Qin Yangkai family of the country of Shi has Ice Phoenix bloodline, and now they have an extremely outstanding disciple under the Huanhua sect. The Huan Yen Huang family of the country of Lian has Earth Phoenix bloodline, but they haven't had any outstanding disciples for thousands of years. The Feng family of the country of Meng's White Phoenix Mountain has Fire Phoenix bloodline, and seems to have a disciple under our Tai Ching sect, but this disciple isn't too outstanding. Which other families have such an outstanding disciple?" Qian Mo thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. "I don't know if any of these three families have disciples under our Imperial Thunder Sect. However, now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has changed, the bloodlines of many cultivation families have awakened. Perhaps there are other families that haven't noticed it before, and now that there are outstanding disciples, their bloodlines have reappeared." While they were talking, the cultivators of the 10 large sects had finished reading the 7 Extremes Ridges communication jade slip. Everyone had some doubts in their eyes, but they saw Lu Xinwu of the Splendid Sect glance at Gao Wei of the Xuanyan School, and then at Wang Yi of the 7 Skills Sect. The three of them exchanged glances, and Lu Xinwu asked again, "Fellow Taoist Qian, if our Shi country has a late Gold Corps senior martial brother, we'll naturally be happy. If he took down the 7 Extremes Ridge, our 4 sects would have suffered less casualties. However, according to what I know, your sect's sect leader Qian Lazy doesn't seem to have reached the stage of lightning cultivation, right?" Gao Wei also smiled apologetically. "That's right, our Shi country actually had such a cultivator. I have never heard of it." It was no wonder they asked. The other cultivators of the Lian and Meng countries might not know, but the 3 sects of Shi country were very clear about the background of the Imperial Thunder Sect. How could it be easy to cultivate a lightning cultivation? Qian Lazy, its sect, how could there be a late Gold Core realm cultivator? If there was such a cultivator, it would be a threat to the 3 sects of Shi country's 3 sects. Hearing this, Qian Mo's heart skipped a beat. Since Lu Xinwu and the other 2 could tell, how could he not know? The thunder escape technique had always had a strict requirement on the tempering of the fleshly body. However, body cultivators and Dao cultivators both needed to spend a lot of energy and time. All cultivators valued their cultivation base and magic power, so who would pay special attention to the fleshly body? Sects. And sect, a sect. Q's not there t there's body there's not there's the Dao, sects body, there's sect, but a there. Sect, their body couldn't was. In this situation, although the sect's lightning escape technique, there were only a few who could master it. Even the sect master, Qian Lazy, could only master it. However, this was only for nascent soul realm cultivators and below. It was different for spirit severing stage cultivators. Cultivators who could step into the spirit severing stage had their bodies tempered and were quite tough. They could easily cultivate the lightning escape technique. Most of the spirit severing stage cultivators of the Imperial Thunder Sect could improve on the lightning escape technique. Qian Mo's first thought was that it was impossible when he heard that there was a late Gold Core realm senior brother who could use the sect's Imperial lightning escape technique. His second thought was, if there is such a late Gold Core Realm senior brother who can use the Sex Imperial Lightning Escape technique, then it would be easy for him to reach Nascent Soul Realm. Even Spirit Severing Stage wouldn't be a problem. How could She Country's 3 sects not value a cultivator who could easily reach Nascent Soul and Spirit Severing Stage? AI, it's not just the two of you. Qian Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. Qian Mo also doesn't know. My Imperial Lightning Sect's Heavenly Thunder Palace's Golden Core Realm disciples, there are so many of them. Although this old man isn't familiar with all of them, who wouldn't know? Not to mention that this old man hasn't seen his face before. This name, this old man doesn't even know. He calls himself Wu Ming. Wu Ming, how can he have a name? Wang Yi was somewhat displeased. He felt that Qian Mo was patronizing him and coldly said. Qian Mo retorted, my Thunder Palace's myriad Thunder Valley also has a person called Wu Ming. If someone is called Wu Ming, then it's normal. Cough cough, Heng Cheng, who was on duty at the meeting hall today, lightly coughed twice and said, since fellow Qian Mo really doesn't know about this senior brother, then this senior brother really passed by the 7 Extremes mountain range. Qian Mo nodded. It should be so. But according to fellow Qian's words, his Imperial Lightning Sect doesn't have such a person? Wang Yi sneered and said, the Imperial Lightning Sect is very powerful now. They even have to hide it from the fellow Taoists in the meeting hall. Forget about the small terrifying phoenix. How can a late Golden Core Realm senior brother not have a name? This senior brother wouldn't have done something that can't be seen, right? At this point, Wang Yi suddenly came to a realization and shouted, that's right. Since senior brother Wu Ming was near Prison Dragon Ridge during the battle of the 7 Extremes mountain range, why didn't he extend his hand? Fellow Taoist Li Qingshu's self-detonation caused such a huge commotion. Didn't he see it? Why didn't he kill the swordsman who killed fellow Taoist Li Qingshu and fellow Taoist Kuan Shui? Or perhaps, the Imperial Lightning Sect's cultivator's aura that fellow Taoist Qian Mo discovered at Prison Dragon Ridge wasn't Kuan Shui, but this Wu Ming? Fellow Taoist Wang is slandering me. Qian Mo's heart sank. He coldly said, pills can be eaten carelessly, but words can't be spoken carelessly. How can my Imperial Lightning Sect's Golden Core Realm senior brother use a flying sword? How can he have a reason to kill fellow Taoist Li Qingshu? After his battle with fellow Taoist Li, can he still calmly kill the illusory sword grade 3 swordsman of 7 Extremes mountain range? Does fellow Taoist Wang feel that fellow Taoist Li Qingshu's ambush at Prison Dragon Ridge was too rash? Does he want to erase fellow Taoist Li Qingshu's painstaking efforts and contributions? Cough cough, Heng Cheng, who was on duty at the discussion hall, couldn't help but cough again. What Wang Yi said had a trace of truth, but it was truly unimaginable. Furthermore, it was obvious that he was trying to sow discord between the Imperial Lightning Sect and Immortal Music Sect. With one glance, he could tell that Wang Yi was somewhat jealous of the Imperial Lightning Sect's late Golden Core Realm cultivator who suddenly appeared. He couldn't help but stop him. Fellow Taoist Wang's thinking is still very meticulous. You dare to think. However, this is the discussion hall. Without any evidence, it's better not to speak carelessly. Isn't fellow Taoist Qian also speculating? What's wrong with my speculation? Wang Yi looked at everyone and pursed his lips into a smile. His mouth was still muttering, but his voice was also softer. Indeed, even a late Golden Core Realm disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect could only escape in the face of the nascent Soul Realm spiritual talisman on them. It was impossible for them to force Li Qingshu to self-destruct. The entire discussion hall was abuzz with discussions again. It was a little chaotic. Heng Cheng glanced at Wang Yi, Lu Xinwu and Gao Wei. He was slightly angry. Which cultivator didn't notice their actions of suppressing the Imperial Lightning Sect? Even Heng Cheng had some sympathy for Qian Mo. No wonder Qian Mo is very concerned about the marriage with the Sky Patrol City. Isn't it because of this? While they were talking, the discussion hall was suffused with light again. It seemed that someone had entered. Heng Cheng waved his hand. The light condensed and 3 human figures appeared. Zongbao? Heng Cheng glanced at them and was shocked. He hurriedly waved his sleeves and let the 3 people in. Disciple Li Zongbao greets the elders of the discussion hall. Li Zongbao calmly approached and bowed to everyone in the discussion hall. Disciple Xiao Mao greets the elders of the discussion hall. Xiao Mao did not dare to neglect and hurriedly bowed. The other person was a disciple of the Imperial Lightning sect. When he saw this, he also bowed and said, Imperial Lightning sect's Dui Jiankong greets the elders. Isn't the Imperial Lightning sect disciple under you Xiaohua? Heng Cheng was stunned and asked curiously, could it be that Xiaohua has fallen? He good I know. Li Zongbao said faintly, junior brother Zhao's flying technique is a little fast. I sent him to deliver a letter to the cultivators of the other teams. Junior brother Dui met outside the discussion hall. He also had something to report to Martial Uncle Qian, so we came in together. I see. Heng Cheng nodded and asked, where did you go this time? What did you gain? Li Zongbao frowned and looked at Heng Cheng. He said, so the elders did not receive the message. I came back from Flowing Ice Valley. You went to Flowing Ice Valley? How was the battle situation there? Heng Cheng was shocked and stared straight at Li Zongbao. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Li Zongbao looked at everyone and said, the situation in Flowing Ice Valley is very complicated. This junior brother Dui came first, let him report first. See, Heng Cheng's heart turned cold and his face turned ugly. He said to Dui Jiankong, if you have something to report, you can report it to brother Qian first. Dui Jiankong smiled apologetically, Martial Uncle Qian, I was ordered to go to the encampment to search for information about the terrifying phoenix. But I have already asked the 8 Thunder Palace team leaders who stayed in the encampment. They all said that they did not find out the background of this terrifying phoenix. Qianimo almost jumped up and asked, when did they know? Why didn't they report it to me? Dui Jiankong hesitated for a moment and explained, the senior brothers only knew about it a year ago. It seemed to be very popular among the sword cultivators. But since it was a foundation establishment disciple, it was not a particularly powerful disciple. They asked the disciples of the aristocratic families and did not find anything, so they did not investigate it in detail. Moreover, the words of sword cultivators were rather erroneous. It might be some kind of trick, so they did not dare to take it seriously. So, they did not report it to Martial Uncle. Chapter 2549. Maybe after investigating for a long time and discovering that it wasn't a disciple of their own Thunder Palace, they didn't want the other Thunder Palaces to hold their heads high, so they naturally didn't spread the news. Wang Yi gloated, in the end, the Golden Core Masters of our Imperial Thunder sect still don't know about the extremely terrifying phoenix that sword cultivators speak of. When everyone heard this, they all laughed. What Wang Yi said was probably the real reason why the Imperial Thunder sect didn't find the terrifying phoenix. When Li Zongbao heard this, his expression slightly changed. Xiao Mao was even more curious. He didn't know why the masters of the discussion hall suddenly mentioned the terrifying phoenix. Dui Jiankong, you may leave. Qian Mo ordered the disciple to leave. He snorted and said arrogantly, no matter how powerful the terrifying phoenix is, it's still a disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, it's only a foundation establishment disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect. Whether I know or not, it's fine. It's fine if I don't know, it's fine if it's on the battlefield of the Dao cultivators. If you have the ability, why don't your 7 skills sect send out a disciple to compare with my Imperial Thunder sect's terrifying phoenix? Fellow Taoist Qian, Wang Yi sneered, not to mention my 7 skills sect's famous disciple, even Xiao Mao from Xuanyan School wouldn't be any weaker than your Imperial Thunder sect's terrifying phoenix, right? How is Xiao Mao powerful? Doesn't their team also have my Imperial Thunder sect's Xiaohua? He wouldn't be any weaker than Xiao Mao, right? Qian Mo said without hesitation. Xuanyan School's Gao Wei was unhappy and said coldly, fellow Taoists, what's wrong with my Xuanyan School's Xiao Mao? His cultivation isn't as good as your disciples? Wang Yi smiled and said, fellow Taoist Gao, don't think too much. I was just giving an example. If your sect's disciple didn't have a high cultivation, how could I think of him? Gao Wei sneered and didn't say anything. Nanming School's Liang Mingfu didn't say anything. After all, this had nothing to do with their Nanming School. However, when he heard this, he suddenly said, Liang suddenly thought of something. Say, this mysterious and terrifying phoenix, could it be that Xiaohua? He hasn't fought with the Imperial Thunder Sect's troops, and he hasn't had much contact with the other Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. At the same time, he's also a Foundation Establishment disciple. Li Zongbao was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that when he just came back and didn't report it, someone would already associate Xiaohua with the terrifying phoenix. This was a situation that Xiaohua was extremely unwilling to see. However, Li Zongbao was also clear. After all, Xiaohua wasn't here. So what if someone saw through him? Moreover, although the name of the terrifying phoenix was resounding, it had nothing to do with killing Tu Hong, so Xiaohua was not in too much danger. The moment Liang Mingfu's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Qian Mo seemed to be deep in thought. However, he quickly denied it. There is still something wrong. Xiaohua was a rogue cultivator and not a cultivator aristocratic family. He didn't have a true bloodline in him. Moreover, other than going to the Chicken Crow Mountain with my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team, he was trapped in the Spring Gold Mountain Spirit Stone Mine. He didn't have any special contact with sword cultivators. In particular, he was buried in the Spring Gold Mountain Spirit Stone Mine for nearly 5 years. When everyone received the news last year, he was still in the Spring Gold Mountain. How could he have come out to kill swordsmen? Zongbao, does that Xiaohua have a phoenix dharma body? Hung Feng heard Li Zongbao mention Xiaohua in advance and vaguely knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was profound. At this time, he was also suspicious. What fellow Qian said is funny. Wang Yi ridiculed again. If Xiaohua didn't have too much contact with sword cultivators, where did his battle achievements come from? It said that he saved hundreds of Xuanyan School's disciples in the Gale Snowfield's Spirit Stone Mine. And the Xiaomao in front of us. If that's the case, I'm afraid these battle achievements are fake. Speaking of fake, Li Zongbao once again thought of Xiaohua's words. He looked up and sure enough, the faces of Heng Feng and the others were ugly. Gao Wei was angry. He stood up and said, Fellow Wang, what's wrong with you today? My Xuanyan School didn't provoke you, right? Could it be that the thing my junior Gao left in Li Zongbao's token was fake? Who knows? Seeing the situation, Wang Yi decided to shed all pretense of cordiality and didn't compromise. I'll let all the teachers know. Xiao Mao hastily stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Xuanyan School's Xiao Mao once again swears a blood oath. Disciple has followed Senior Li Zongbao and Senior Xiaohua for so long and has experienced dozens of battles. Disciple has never seen Senior Xiaohua reveal any dharma body, let alone a phoenix dharma body. When Heng Feng heard this, he frowned slightly. He looked at the silent Li Zongbao and didn't ask any more questions. Fellow Wang of Seven Skills Sect, did you hear clearly? What did my Xuanyan School's disciple say? He even swore a blood oath. Gao Wei said coldly. So what? Wang Yi still wanted to pester, but how could Li Zongbao let them speak? He stepped forward and said, Teachers, it doesn't matter who is the terror phoenix. Even if disciple isn't, disciple still wants to admit it. If Xiaohua is the terror phoenix, why didn't he reveal his dharma body? Why didn't he ask for credit? It's useless to pester this matter too much. Marshal Uncle Gao of Xuanyan School, please sit down. Disciple will now report the battle situation of Flowing Ice Valley. Gao Wei glanced at Wang Yi and sat down. At this moment, Wang Yi was also somewhat regretful. He was originally targeting the Imperial Thunder Sect. Why did he drag Xuanyan School into this? However, Li Zongbao's next words immediately swept away his regret. Golden Core Stage teachers, this time, our Utopia faction, Changbai Sect, and Cool Breeze Valley attacked Flowing Ice Valley. We were obstructed by the Void Heaven Sword Sect, Black Phoenix Sword Sect, and Gorilla Mountain. Under the joint efforts of the Golden Core Stage teachers of the three sects, we killed Qin Mu Ming of the Void Heaven Sword Sect, LV Jing of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect, and Liang Qi of Gorilla Mountain. However, among the teachers of the three sects, only Senior Li Feiyu of the Changbai sect died fighting with LV Jing of the Black Phoenix Sword sect. After killing 3 illusory swordsmen, the other 2 teachers fell into Qin Jian's ambush. The 2 teachers, Martial Uncle Chu Hui and Martial Uncle Su Bo of Cool Breeze Valley, fought with Qin Jian. After Qin Jian was seriously injured, they died in Flowing Ice Valley. Ah? Heng Zhao's expression changed greatly. He finally understood the reason for his uneasiness just now. Chu Hui and he were like brothers. They cultivated from the Qi refining stage to the golden core stage together. Their disciples were also harmonious. Chu Hui was not jealous of Li Zongbao because Li Zongbao was more outstanding than his disciple. Instead, he often helped Li Zongbao. Now that he heard the news of Chu Hui's death, how could he not be heartbroken? It turns out that Qin Jian was in Flowing Ice Valley. Heng Zhao gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that fellow cultivator Li Qingshu was not killed by Qin Jian. The murderer was someone else." What? Li Qingshu? Li Zongbao was shocked. He hurriedly looked at the location of the Xian Lu sect. Sure enough, the futon was empty. Damn it, Xiaohua didn't kill Li Qingshu, did he? What is he going to do? Li Zongbao was secretly surprised. Li Zongbao, explain everything clearly. De Sun said anxiously, the battle report from Flowing Ice Valley did not come. I'm afraid that it was also intercepted by the sword Xiao. Yes. Li Zongbao sorted out his thoughts and explained clearly what he, Xiaohua, and Xiao Mao did in Flowing Ice Valley. However, for Xiaohua's actions, he took some responsibility for himself and some for Xiao Mao. If he couldn't do it, for example, driving away the giant, he would push it to Chu Hui. In short, if others heard it, they would definitely not think that Xiaohua came to Flowing Ice Valley from another place. Xiaohua's cultivation did not exceed the middle stage of foundation establishment. After Li Zongbao finished speaking, Qin Jian's face showed a miserable expression. He clapped his hands and took out 3 storage bags. He respectfully handed them to Heng Ming and said, "Master, these are the corpses of Martial Uncle Li Feiyu, and Martial Uncle Su Bo. Disciple brought them back. In addition, there are a few storage bags. As long as the 3 of us saw the corpses, we put them in these storage bags." Heng Ming took the storage bags with a solemn expression. He looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who took out the other storage bags and sighed. This old man was uneasy early in the morning. I didn't expect that Chu Hui and the others would fall into Qin Jian's hands. You all took the risk to retrieve their corpses. Not only did you make a great contribution, but your filial piety is also commendable. When Heng Ming sighed, the faces of the gold core cultivators were filled with astonishment. That's right. Although Qin Jian did not appear in Prisoner Dragon Ridge, he did appear in Flowing Ice Valley. He actually set up an ambush to kill tens of thousands of cultivators. He wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tu Hong. It was the spirit-binding juice. Even these gold core cultivators were afraid when they heard about it. They did not have the confidence to detoxify the poison easily. Even if they went to Flowing Ice Valley, they would most likely end up like Su Bo and the others. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiaohua were able to turn the tide and reverse the declining situation of the Flowing Ice Valley battlefield in one go. Moreover, they were able to remain calm in the face of danger when tens of thousands of cultivators were poisoned and came up with a miraculous method to rescue tens of thousands of disciples from the spirit stone mines of Flowing Ice Valley. Xiong Huasong sighed and said, "Fellow cultivator, today is your turn in the conference hall. The 3 of them must be heavily rewarded." "That's right, it should be so." Gao Wei and Qian Imo also nodded. "This old man feels that it's not right." Wang Yi hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Although these are great contributions, it's a pity that they were all narrated by Li Zongbao himself and were not confirmed by the other disciples. Just based on one side of the story, you want to reward them. I'm afraid that it won't convince the others?" At this point, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "That's right, this old man still has a question. I hope that Martial Nephew Zongbao can answer it." "Martial Uncle Wang, please speak." Li Zongbao was confident and seemed to know what Wang Yi wanted to ask. Changbai Sex Li Feiyu is still okay. However, Precious Sex Xie Hui and Cool Breeze Valley's Su Bo were killed by Qin Jian. How did you all get their corpses? Qin Jian was actually so benevolent to let you all take the corpses away? Wang Yi sneered and asked. Chapter 2550. Didn't you hear what Zongbao said? Qin Jian was also seriously injured. I'm afraid he went back to treat his injuries in a hurry. Did he not care about the corpses of the two of you? Gao Wei said coldly before Li Zongbao could speak. Why do I feel that I don't believe him? Wang Yi tilted his head and asked, what about the rest of you? Junior Zongbao is right. Sooner or later, there will be a battle report from Flowing Ice Valley. De Sun smiled. Junior Zongbao is the #1 cultivator below the Golden Core stage in Dao sect. I believe his words. Li Zongbao said coldly, I don't need Junior Uncle Wang to believe me because I, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao have already killed Qin Jian. The entire arena was filled with gasps of astonishment, and then everyone's eyes flashed with disbelief. Qin Jian was able to kill 2 Gold Core stage cultivators, and although it was because of the spirit binding juice, he had to be at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm. Even if Qin Jian was heavily injured, he was definitely not someone that Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao could deal with. Furthermore, Qin Jian did not have any illusory sword disciples. Did he not have any unsheathed sword disciples? Did Qin Jian not know how to escape? Zongbao, do you have any evidence? Unlike the others who did not believe him, Heng Heng knew that his disciple would not claim credit for nothing. He suppressed his excitement and asked softly. Of course I do. As Li Zongbao spoke, he took out another storage bag and handed it to Heng Ming. This is Qin Jian's corpse. However, he self-destructed before he died, so his corpse was incomplete. Fortunately, Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao found his keepsake and some other bits and pieces. They can prove that what I said is true. Quick, let this old man have a look. Heng Heng impatiently waved his hand, and the storage pouch flew into his hand. Killing Qin Jian was a mission that had a bounty on it for many years. He had always heard of people and cultivators who were killed by Qin Jian. However, he had never heard of Qin Jian being killed by a single cultivator. Furthermore, Qin Jian was killed by 3 people led by his own disciple. How could Heng Heng not lose his composure? After Heng Heng took out Qin Jian's bloody head and some pieces of his body and carefully identified them, as well as the sword token that could prove Qin Jian's identity, Heng Heng didn't look at anything else. His white eyebrows slightly trembled and his long eyebrows seemed to be fluttering. Yes, this is Qin Jian's sword token, the token of the Void Heaven Sword School. It's Qin Jian's. Fellow Taoists, please take a look. With a flip of his hand, Heng Ming passed the storage pouch to Black Sky Sex Xiong Huasong beside him. His eyes were filled with joy and even a hint of showing off. It was as if their own child had achieved something, and now that it was placed in front of them, they were admiring it. Xiong Huasong and the others naturally didn't dare to believe it too much. After all, this matter was too inconceivable. Moreover, when Li Zongbao first received the special order from the conference hall, although the group of Jindan stage cultivators didn't have the intention to laugh at him, they wanted to train Li Zongbao and even the younger generation. Who would have thought that Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao actually did it? Heng Ming looked lovingly at Li Zongbao, revealing an indescribable feeling. Who was Qin Jian? Even Heng Ming himself didn't dare to say that he was a match for him. But in front of him, this child who was still cultivating qi in front of him dozens of years ago had already surpassed him and killed Qin Jian. Zongbao has grown up. Sigh, this old man, has also grown old. Heng Ming couldn't help but sigh. Then he felt a sense of sadness. Junior brother Chu Hui. Why are people's encounters so different? Some people rise to the top, some people have a bumpy life. Some people can step on the shoulders of others to become the center of attention, but some people can only be the stairs of others, unable to shine. Master. Li Zongbao looked at Heng Ting's eyes and naturally knew what his master was thinking. His heart ached as he said in a low voice, "Actually, this is all thanks to Marshal Uncle Chu Hui and the others. We were just lucky." "Lucky? Your Uncle Chu Hui led thousands of disciples of the Utopia faction. There were also tens of thousands of disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley who participated in the Battle of the Flowing Ice Valley. Which of their disciples were so lucky?" When Heng Yi heard Li Zongbao's humility, he was somewhat disapproving. "Your Marshal Uncle Chop Hui, Marshal Uncle Li Feiyu, and Marshal Uncle Su Bo have also contributed. My discussion hall will definitely not let them die in peace." At this point, Heng Ji dragged out his words. "The three of you have contributed greatly. This bounty for killing Qin Jian was the first bounty issued by the discussion hall. After that, there have been other bounties of various sizes. However, none of them were too difficult. Many cultivators have completed them. Only this one. This bounty has never been settled. In the past few years, countless cultivators have died in Qin Jian's hands because of this bounty. The masters in the meeting hall also think that we should wait until the nascent soul masters come to Sky Patrol City before the bounty can be cancelled. We even said just now that for the sake of the meeting hall's reputation, we should personally kill Qin Jian." These words were actually not suitable for Li Zongbao, but who asked Li Zongbao to be Heng Ming's disciple? Who else could they talk to but him? Moreover, as time passed, the number of disciples who died in Qin Jian's hands increased and the bounty increased by a lot. Even now, even this old man is a little jealous. "Yes, I understand." Li Zongbao looked at the Golden Core Masters who were checking their storage bags and said, "Actually, the moment I saw Qin Jian and saw him fighting with the Uncle Masters, I finally understood that I was truly ignorant of my own abilities when I clamored to kill Qin Jian back then. It was truly too. It's all right." Heng Ming did not wait for Li Zongbao to finish and waved his hand with a smile. "Who hasn't been young before? Who hasn't had lofty aspirations? I was afraid that if you really met Qin Jian, you would be too arrogant to know your place and not know how to escape. However, I thought about it later. Who is Qin Jian? How could you find him so easily?" "Yes, I understand the intentions of Master and the other masters." Li Zongbao lowered his head and said, "This is Xiao Mao from Xuanyan?" Heng Ming looked at Xiao Mao with a smile and asked. Li Zongbao hurriedly replied and Xiao Mao hurriedly bowed again. Disciple Xiao Mao greets Uncle Heng Ming. "Yes, you are not bad yourself." Heng Ming smiled. "I have seen Xiao Hua and knew that he would achieve great things with Zongbao. I did not think highly of you back then, but I did not expect that I was still blind. The three of you were able to kill Qin Jian together, and your names will definitely spread throughout the Dawn Rain continent. It is all thanks to senior brother Zongbao's support." Xiao Mao said obediently. "If not for his command, senior brother Xiao Hua and I would not have been able to obtain such great merit. Senior brother Zongbao deserves the most credit this time." "Yes." Heng Ming smiled and nodded. He looked at Gao Wei from Xuanyan and Gao Wei also smiled and nodded at him. Gao Wei had just seen Qin Jian's remains and the items in the storage bag and his face was filled with unconcealable joy. Xiao Mao, this unknown disciple, had really made him proud. Although Xiao Mao did not have the greatest merit in killing Qin Jian, he was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. How could he be compared to Li Zongbao? Among the three of them, the other disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiao Hua, was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. No matter what, Xiao Mao still had the second most credit. Furthermore, even if Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were not as close as Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao, it was still amazing that Xiao Mao could only obtain the third most credit. Among the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples, who could compare to the three of them? Even if he was ranked third, it was still eye-catching. Looking at Qianimo, other than excitement, there was only astonishment in his eyes. He had not carefully examined Qin Jian's remains, but many cultivators had already examined it and no one had raised any objections. It must be true. Furthermore, who would dare to fake Qin Jian's remains? Qian Mo's excitement was needless to say, but his astonishment was not something that Heng Ming and Gao Wei could understand. After all, in his impression, Xiao Hua's credit was really too much. Not to mention the Imperial Thunder sect's first meritorious deed that was done by Xiao Hua in the first group of Imperial Thunder sect. Following that, the first group of Imperial Thunder sect went to Golden Spring Mountain. Before they even reached Golden Spring Mountain, they had already saved the disciples of the three sects and were recorded as meritorious deeds by Tu Hong. There was no need to talk about Golden Spring Mountain. Tens of thousands of disciples were buried there, and the 10 that were brought back by Tu Hong were also heavily injured. However, the 7 people of Imperial Thunder sect's first group were completely unharmed, and their cultivations even increased. Among them was Xiao Hua. After the first group of Imperial Thunder sect left, Xiao Hua was actually chosen by Li Zongbao and went to the Gale Snow Plains. Following Li Zongbao, he saved hundreds of cultivators. Of course, these cultivators were not Dao sect disciples, and the discussion hall did not ask these cultivators to verify. However, since Li Zongbao said so, this meritorious deed was also recorded. The meritorious deed of the Gale Snow Plains had not cooled down, and Xiao Hua had actually charged into the Spirit Stone Mine. Regardless of whether Qin Jian went easy on him or Xiao Hua's luck was good, those hundreds of people from Xuanyan School were saved by Xiao Hua. This meritorious deed was also recorded. Not to mention the Spirit Stone Mine, there was also the corpse of the Imperial Thunder sect's Golden Core cultivator from Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain and the news he brought back. This was another meritorious deed. There was no need to talk about these. Moreover, this time, the 3 of them actually saved tens of thousands of people. Listening to Li Zongbao's explanation, this must be true. Xiao Hua's meritorious deed was definitely worth 30%. Furthermore, there was also the unverified corpse of Qin Jian. This meritorious deed was even greater. It seems like Xiao Hua's meritorious deed is much more than Li Zongbao's? While Qian Mo pondered, he was also a little jealous. This fellow's luck, isn't it a little too good? Suddenly, an extremely daring thought appeared in his mind. Even he felt that it was inconceivable. Damn it, this Xiao Hua wouldn't be like what some people had guessed, a terrifying phoenix? Moreover, if he has the cultivation of senior brother Wu Ming, it is also extremely possible for him to have such meritorious deeds. Chapter 2551. However, Qian Mo couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, how is that possible? Xiao Hua was with Li Zongbao at Flowing Ice Valley, while senior brother Wu Ming was at 7 Extremes Ridge. However, Qian Mo was shocked again. How is that possible? If Xiao Hua knew how to control the thunder, he could have rushed to Flowing Ice Valley from 7 Extremes Ridge. But Li Zongbao said that the 3 of them were together. Just as Qian Mo realized the truth of the matter, the storage bag containing Qin Jian's corpse was handed to him. Haha, I'm overthinking. Qian Mo smiled bitterly. Xiao Hua just joined the Thunder sect not long ago. How could he reach the later stage of the Golden Core Realm? If he was at the later stage of the Golden Core Realm, he would have been overjoyed. Qian Mo opened the storage bag and checked it carefully. As one of the 3 sects that made such a contribution, he couldn't let anyone criticize him. He had to be careful. Li Zongbao looked at the Golden Core Realm Masters and laughed in his heart. This was the real thing, how could it be fake? However, he had to be serious about the questions that followed. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Mao. After the 2 of them separated from Xiao Hua, they discussed for a long time before coming to the meeting hall. Sure enough, after an hour, all the Golden Core Realm Masters had checked Qin Jian's corpse. Heng Zhao took the storage bag and sighed. Zongbao and the other 2 have made such a great contribution, but they did it when Chu Hui, Li Feiyu, and Su Bo severely injured Qin Jian. To be honest, it's a little unfair. I'm Zongbao's master and Chu Hui's senior brother, so I won't say anything. My friends, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Changbai sect's Li Jijie immediately said, Xie Hui, Li Feiyu, and Su Bo died in order to kill Qin Jian. They also saved tens of thousands of disciples from Flowing Ice Valley's Spirit Stone Mine. Their contributions, we cannot forget. Although we can't forget about it, the ones who killed Qin Jian were Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. Their contributions are greater. Even Heng Heng had given a portion of the credit for killing Qin Jian to Li Feiyu, who had not even seen Qin Jian. How could he not be tactful enough to make the first move? Yes, this old man also agrees. Cool Breeze Valley's Zhu Junwei nodded and said, "When I offered the reward in the meeting hall, I made it clear that as long as you kill Qin Jian, no matter what method you used, no matter which sect you are from, and even if you are not a disciple who participated in the battle, you will still be rewarded. Since it was my son who took part in the battle that brought Sword Qin's corpse back, what else is there to say? This merit naturally belongs to the three of you. I feel that although the merit of killing Qin Jian is not small, the benevolence of the three of them is even better. Not only did they avenge the cultivators who were killed by Qin Jian, they also brought back the corpses of the 3 Golden Core Stage seniors and countless Foundation Establishment Stage seniors and juniors. This is the most commendable deed." Qian Mo voiced his opinion. Tai Ching Sec's De Sun's eyes flashed as he said thoughtfully, "The disciples from Shi Country and Lian Country teamed up to kill Qin Jian. This is indeed a great story. As a cultivator from Meng Country, this old man is somewhat jealous. If Xiaohua was a disciple of my Tai Ching sect, he would have been killed by the 3 countries' cultivators. This would be an even better story." Seeing that the few Golden Core Stage cultivators had made the final decision, 7 Skills Sect's Wang Yi was not happy. He hurriedly said, "After listening to everyone's words, it seems like you all have already determined that the 3 of you killed Qin Jian. However, this old man is still a little curious. Qin Jian was a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman. How could Su Bo and Xie Hui injure him so severely? That year in the Spirit Stone Mine in the Gale Snowfield, Xuanyan School's dozens of early Golden Core Stage disciples were not able to harm Qin Jian at all. Furthermore, even if Qin Jian was heavily injured, the 3 of you, it seems like you couldn't have killed him so easily? Why aren't the 3 of you injured? That Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect could still fly out to send a message? Of course, it's not that I don't admit that Qin Jian was killed by the 3 of you. I'm just curious. How did you guys do it?" Wang Yi obviously saw that Qian Mo, Heng Heng and Gao Wei's faces were not friendly. Even Li Jijie and Zhu Junwei's faces were pulled long. Therefore, he added this last sentence. However, this sentence was obviously superfluous. Heng Heng looked at Wang Yi coldly and said to Li Zongbao, "Zongbao, tell us what happened. You can satisfy your senior Uncle Wang's curiosity." Yes, this old man is not the only one curious. Even when the meeting hall announces the battle achievements of the 3 of you, you still have to explain. Otherwise, who would know if Qin Jian was real or not? Wang Yi smiled and said, "Also, Sky Patrol City. Qin Jian assassinated Tu Hong. In this reward, Sky Patrol City has added quite a bit of weight. If Shuiyu Jinren asks about it, wouldn't it be hard to explain it to the meeting hall?" Senior Uncle Wang, don't be anxious. I've already prepared to explain it to all the seniors." Li Zongbao gave a rare smile and told Xiao Mao everything that he had discussed with him beforehand. Xiao Mao also added in from time to time, describing the heroic scene with exceptional clarity. Qin Jian actually had 4 flying swords? Not only Wang Yi, but the entire meeting hall was shocked. It wasn't that Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were eloquent, but that the 2 of them were talking about the original version of how Xiaohua killed Qin Jian. However, Xiaohua was replaced by Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Xiaohua. Yes, when Qin Jian fought with senior Uncle Su Bo and the rest, he already lost 2 of his flying swords. Li Zongbao explained calmly, when he was surrounded by the 3 of us, he actually took out 2 more swords. This was really out of my expectations. If it wasn't for the fact that we had already surrounded Qin Jian and that the sword light of the 2 flying swords dimmed, I would definitely have brought the 2 junior brothers Xiao and escaped. You said that when Qin Jian was fighting with Xie Hui and Su Bo, the sword light dimmed? De Sun frowned and asked, "Could it be that he was already injured?" "Yes, it should be so." Li Zongbao glanced at Wang Yi and said, "Didn't senior Uncle Wang have the same question just now? But when he was surrounded by the 3 of you, Qin Jian, no matter what, he should have some means to protect himself, right?" It's impossible that he couldn't break through the joint attack of the three of you who were in the Foundation establishment stage? Wang Yi still didn't believe it. I've already explained it clearly. That Qin Jian was insatiably greedy and wanted to save his face. He didn't want to escape from the three of us. Didn't he use a very strange flying sword? That seemed to be his unique skill. It was as if the flying sword had pierced through our heads. Fortunately, junior brother Xiao Hua obtained a strange shield from the sword cultivator. That shield blocked the flying sword and shattered together with the flying sword. And at the same time that Xiao Hua fell, Qin Jian also fell. Just when Qin Jian was about to transform into a flying sword, senior brother Zongbao continuously activated the immortal piercing whip. He beat Qin Jian until he couldn't transform into a sword. Xiao Mao added, "No, I'm asking." Wang Yi waved his hand and said, "What method did the three of you use to surround Qin Jian? Was it a magic array? Otherwise, I would only be able to escape from your encirclement easily, let alone Qin Jian." Hee, I've indeed obtained a secret technique. It's precisely through the joint attack of the three of us, using a method similar to a magic array to trap a cultivator. It can also transfer the magic power of two people to the other person. Although Martial Uncle Wang is a middle-stage golden core master, I'm confident that when you're heavily injured, we can surround you. Li Zongbao's skin and flesh moved, as if he was sneering, "If you don't believe me, we can try when Xiaohua sends a message back." The group of golden core cultivators all laughed softly. That's right, if they surround Wang Yi when he's heavily injured, how can Wang Yi verify it? And they still have to wait for Xiaohua to return. Who knows when Xiaohua will return? Alright, Zongbao, your martial uncle Wang Yi is also asking on behalf of the cultivators of the three countries of the Xiaoyu continent. His inspection of the details is also for your own good. Hung Feng held back his laughter and scolded Li Zongbao, "Your contribution is indeed great. If you don't ask clearly about the details, how can we be at ease and give you the rewards?" "Yes, I understand. I feel that it's a fact that I killed Qin Jian. I'm a little conflicted with Martial Uncle Wang's questioning. I seek Martial Uncle Wang's forgiveness." Li Zongbao lowered his head and said, "Also, if Martial Uncles have any other questions, I'll answer all of them." When the other golden core cultivators heard this, they all smiled and began to ask questions one by one. Naturally, these golden core cultivators were also very curious. They wanted to get to the bottom of many things, but they were definitely not making things difficult. They just wanted to know if what Li Zongbao said was true. They even asked many questions about the underground of Flowing Ice Valley. Li Zongbao's expression did not change as he answered them one by one. He did not slack at all. Everyone saw clearly that what Li Zongbao said just now really happened. That Qin Jian was indeed killed by Li Zongbao and the other two. Xiao Mao, who was listening by the side, could not help but sigh secretly. He was not sighing at Li Zongbao's ease of handling the situation, but at the group of golden core cultivators questioning of Li Zongbao. Instead of saying that this kind of questioning was to blame, it was better to say that it was to give Li Zongbao a chance to perform. They wanted him to explain the situation in more detail. Their questions had also become highlights for the show. If there was anything that was too difficult to explain, the group of people would definitely not ask. Especially since Qin Jian was heavily injured, why didn't the disciples who drew their swords come to protect him? Why did they let the three of them surround Qin Jian and attack him? This was completely different from the questioning of Xiao Hua when he returned from the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain. At that time, Xiao Mao was also standing in the meeting hall with Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua. The only difference was that the one facing the group of golden core cultivators was Xiao Hua, a Foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Mao remembered that Xiao Hua was forced into a corner by Li Qingshu that day. He was practically unable to deal with it and directly threw the question to Li Zongbao and himself. If not for the fact that Xiao Hua's storage bag contained the extremely tragic corpses of the male and female disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, Xiao Hua would have been interrogated by Li Qingshu. Chapter 2552. Luckily, I have a powerful sect. Xiao Mao looked at Gao Wei. Gao Wei seemed to have sensed something and nodded at him. As for Qian Mo, who had previously flaunted himself, he also cooperated with Xiao Hua. A few times he asked about Xiao Hua's outstanding points. Li Zongbao was also not stingy with his praise. This is ridiculous. Xiao Mao shook his head. All of this was done by brother Xiao alone. Oh right, I suddenly thought of something. Wang Yi suddenly realized, since Qin Jian is heavily injured, why didn't those disciples come to protect him? Why did they let the three of you surround Qin Jian and attack him? If 10 or 8 grade 6 swordsmen came, the three of you wouldn't be a match for them, right? Instantly, the discussion hall fell into silence. Hee, look at what Uncle Wang said. Li Zongbao laughed. I am not Qin Jian, nor am I a sword cultivator. How would I know why they didn't come? Uncle Wang should ask the sword cultivators. Ha, Gao Wei laughed and clapped his hands. When I capture Qin Jian's disciples, I will interrogate them and find out where they went that day. If they give this great merit to my Xuanyan school's disciples, I might even give them 2 top-grade spirit stones. Ha, everyone laughed heartily. Wang Ye's face turned ugly. At this moment, Li Zongbao said seriously, I was joking with Uncle Wang just now. The truth is what the disciple said. We all escaped from the spirit stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley. Our numbers far exceeded Qin Jian's estimation. His disciples were chasing after the tens of thousands of Dao sect disciples. That was why he didn't protect us. Of course, they also thought that Qin Jian would never be injured. I even thought that with Qin Jian's competitiveness, his disciples didn't even know that he was injured. Brilliant. Xiao Mao almost gave him a thumbs up. This explanation was flawless. Furthermore, it highlighted the merits of the 3 of them in the karst cave. Wang Yi was speechless when he heard this. It seemed that Li Zongbao and the other 2 were the ones who did it. Do any of you have any other questions? Heng Ju said with a smile. If you don't, I'll report this to Daoist Ping. We have already confirmed it. Gao Wei glanced at Xiao Mao, then looked at the crowd and laughed. Qin Jian was indeed killed by Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. This matter can be reported to the various teachers. Yes, this old man hasn't contacted sect leader for a long time. This is great news. Chinamo also laughed. Congratulations, fellow cultivators. De Sun seized the opportunity and said with a smile, the number 1 bounty in the conference hall can finally be closed. Congratulations to you, congratulations to you. Heng Zhao and the others replied, rewards are secondary. The most important thing is to let sword cultivators know, and more importantly, let the cultivators of our Dao sect know that 3 foundation establishment disciples of our Dao sect were able to kill a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman. Swordsmen are nothing in front of us cultivators. That's right, this award should be given out as soon as possible. Before we launch a large-scale attack on the swordsmen, we must let all the cultivators know about it. Several Golden Core cultivators said in unison. Heng Ju nodded. This old man also thinks the same. Since we have Qin Jian's head, this merit belongs to Zong Bao and the others. It is not appropriate for us to ask about the details. What we want is the result of killing Qin Jian, not the process. Indeed. De Sun spoke again. If it were any other time, the conference hall would have to carry out such a big move like killing Qin Jian. We would even have to look for the battle report from Flowing Ice Valley. However, the battle report from Flowing Ice Valley has not arrived yet. Our conference hall cannot wait any longer. This old man agrees to give out the award today. All right, its eyes turn to be on duty today. I will take advantage of this and report this good news to the sect first. Heng Zhao said with a smile. He stood up and took out his token. The other Golden Core cultivators also hurriedly stood up and respectfully lined up behind Heng Zhao. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao stood beside Heng Zhao. A light flashed in the conference hall. An old man with white hair and a youthful face wearing a feathered robe appeared in midair. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and had a kind smile on his face. Greetings, Zhenren He Ping. The group of Golden Core cultivators hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Please rise. Jinren He-ping said with a smile. I haven't heard any news from Sky Patrol City for a long time. How's the situation now? I know that the sect leader doesn't like to fight. If there's nothing special, I wouldn't dare to trouble the sect leader. Heng Zhao hurriedly bowed and said, It's my turn to be on duty today. It's also a critical moment, so I had no choice but to disturb the sect leader. Heng Zhao, you've always been experienced and prudent. You also have some strategies. I'm very relieved to leave the Utopia faction's disciples to you. Jinren He-ping praised Heng Zhao first. Heng Zhao looked delighted. After thanking him, he told him about the current situation of the battle. Jinren He-ping listened and frowned slightly. He was puzzled and said, It hasn't been 10 years, right? Your attacks are very fierce. Yes, sect leader. Heng Zhao hurriedly said, The sword cultivator's attacks are also very fierce. They seem to be cutting off all means of retreat. Moreover, this time, the conference hall has been planning for a long time. Us Golden Core cultivators are also going to compete with their illusory swordsmen. I don't understand these things about attacking cities and seizing territories. Jinren He-ping said frankly, What do you need me to do? Just tell me. No, we haven't done anything yet. There's no need for the sect leader to do anything. Heng Zhao hurriedly said, Today, I have good news for the sect leader. What good news? Jinren He-ping asked curiously. Sect leader, do you still remember the number 1 bounty order in the conference hall that I reported to you a few years ago? Heng Zhao asked tentatively, but there was still some anxiety in his eyes. He was afraid that Jinren He-ping would forget about it. Oh, I remember. Jinren He-ping laughed and said, That's the number 1 bounty order in our Taoism sect. It seems to be a bounty for an illusory swordsman. Yes, it's the illusory sword level 3 swordsman called Qin Jian. Heng Zhao hurriedly added, feeling relieved. Illusory sword level 3. Jinren He-ping frowned again. This kind of swordsman? I'm afraid it's not easy to kill him. This bounty order. Could it be that a disciple of our Utopia faction killed Qin Jian? Good. Heng Zhao's face was full of smiles. Li Zongbao stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, sect leader. Oh? Zongbao? It's you who killed Qin Jian? Apparently, Jinren He-ping knew Li Zongbao, so he smiled brightly. Li Zongbao said respectfully, My cultivation is not enough to kill Qin Jian. However, several Golden Core cultivators injured Qin Jian. Together with 2 junior brothers from the Imperial Thunder sect and the Xuanyan school, I killed Qin Jian, who was seriously injured. Not bad. Jinren He-ping laughed. Since you killed him, it's your credit. Zongbao, you've really brought honor to our Utopia faction. Tell me, how do you want me to reward you? I don't dare. Li Zongbao said hurriedly with a smile. Master notified the sect leader because he wanted to make him happy. Master and I have no intention of rewarding you. In a war, those who have done well will be rewarded and those who have done wrong will be punished. I'm not senile. How could I not know that? Moreover, if you want to finish the war in one stroke, your momentum is the most important thing. Although I don't know how to command troops, I can still encourage the disciples of our Utopia faction. Jinren He-ping stroked his beard with his hand and said happily, As long as I can promise you, I will promise you. Heng Zhao was overjoyed. Isn't this how his little abacus always works? Hearing Jinren He-ping's words, Heng Zhao squinted his eyes. He knew Li Zongbao's big opportunity had arrived. However, Heng Zhao was still so respectful. He lowered his head, as if he had not heard Jinren He-ping's words. Li Zongbao was surprised. It seemed that this was not something he had expected. However, Jinren He-ping's words were also very clear. Whatever he asked for, he would agree. For a moment, Li Zongbao was full of thoughts. He did not know what to ask for. The discussion hall was completely silent. Many of the Golden Core elders were envious of Li Zongbao. This was the approval of a sect leader. If not for the impending battle, even if it was the great merit of killing Qin Jian, it would not have been exchanged for such a sentence. Li Zongbao's hesitation was reasonable. What about a cultivation method? Or a magic weapon? Or perhaps it was a highly sought-after position in the Utopia faction. The Golden Core stage cultivators were all thinking about Li Zongbao. However, at this moment, Li Zongbao bowed calmly and said, "Thank you, sect leader. After thinking about it, I think I'd better ask for a special pardon." What? Even Heng Zhao, who had lowered his head in silence, was shocked, let alone the other Golden Core stage cultivators. Heng Zhao had already put himself in Li Zongbao's shoes and thought of a few options. No matter which option, Li Zongbao would be able to take a few more steps on the road to the nascent soul stage and have a greater chance of conceiving a baby. However, he never thought that Li Zongbao would ask for a special pardon. That thing was completely useless for cultivation. Heng Zhao could not help but look sideways at Li Zongbao. He could not speak, but his eyes were full of doubt and blame. A special pardon? Immortal He Ping frowned again. Zongbao? What can you hide from me? What do you want that for? Yes, a special pardon from the sect leader was something that could only be used when a disciple had committed a grave mistake and was about to be killed or his cultivation would be abolished. How could Immortal He Ping not find it strange that Li Zongbao wanted it for no reason? Even some cultivators who were not on good terms with the Utopia faction were gloating over Su Kei's misfortune. Li Zongbao, on the other hand, was extremely calm. He said calmly, "I've been practicing the leeching treasure mirror, and I have the holy whip, the magic treasure of the Utopia faction. My master has taught me many skills, and I don't lack any elixirs. I really don't know what to ask for. If I ask for it in the future, it won't be able to boost the morale of the Utopia faction disciples. Therefore, I chose the special pardon. I took Qin Jian's life in exchange for a chance to correct my grave mistake. Isn't it more useful than any magic weapon or cultivation method?" You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.